areas are concerned. I think as far as India, Russia are concerned, as far as Modi, Putin are concerned, it's pretty black and white for me. Okay, you guys can hop in on this, but
with China?
The hand holding with China, obviously, with China it's all grey. I completely agree. But Modi, Putin is an unshakable relationship. Just look at the context of what's going on. If we can just go back for a moment to those pictures of Modi and Putin walking in holding hands. I just want to say, right now, the India-Russia relationship has never been under more explicit attack than it has been right now. Can we agree on that? Yeah. Trump has said that India is buying Russian oil, India is buying Russian weapons, we are funding the Ukraine war. His attack dog, Pete Navarro, has said that the road to peace travels through Delhi. They've called India, Russia's laundromat. And you've got the Indian Prime Minister walking hand in hand with Putin in the same month when those words have been used by the so-called most powerful man in the world. That is black and white to me, guys.
No, fair enough. And I don't think the differences which I alluded to.
But there are contradictions. I acknowledge that.
A difference. I mean that the relationship with Russia is problematic. It's not. It's huge. But Padmaja, can I just say, the image of the morning to me just happened, and it wasn't this. It was actually Shehbaz Sharif looking on with his hands folded in front of him.
And this is a stronger message. This is a strong message going to Pakistan at a time when it's trying
to... got ignored.
Yeah. Let's put that picture back. Shehbaz, the Shehbaz picture.
Yeah. Professor Swaran Singh, what do you make of this picture? I mean, there are no greys in this for Shehbaz Sharif giving a side eye to Putin and Modi as they walk past. And nobody, yesterday an extended hand was given a cold shoulder, and today they literally walk past him as if he didn't exist there.
Yeah, thanks. We paused it over there. Shiv, your thoughts?
Professor Swaran Singh?
There is no doubt that India, China have serious concerns which are publicly underlined repeatedly by Indian Foreign Minister. But I think we are focusing in the mood in the meeting today. And how, both Prime Minister Modi and President Putin are very seasoned leaders. They have attended dozens and dozens of international meetings. And you notice
quick heads up, Prime Minister Modi is going to speak. Please continue, Professor.
And between President Putin and Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister Modi is walking on that side. And the way they are animated in their conversation gives no chance absolutely to Shehbaz Sharif to step in and even say hello or say anything. And to some extent, yes, that may also be the message that President Putin is trying to communicate. Both of them know the body language, what it means, how it is going to be interpreted. This is they're not new to this. And therefore, despite challenges, I agree with Vishnu, there are challenges in all three relationships. But what is the message that they are trying to give?
Because the Prime Minister is speaking, we're going to try and see if we can listen in if there's sound over here. All right, we should be getting audio in a little while from now. The Prime Minister speaking at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Tianjin. The National Security Advisor Ajit Doval with him, the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri with him as well. We briefly saw video of President Xi Jinping addressing this gathering over here. This is important, and I think India's big priority out of the SCO summit, or certainly one of them, in addition to strategic autonomy, would be to get absolutely firm, clear-cut references to terrorism. And that is directed very much in Pakistan. It comes in the context of Pahalgam. I think it was Shiv mentioning a little while earlier on that Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, did not sign on to a defense minister's agreement of the SCO earlier on because there just wasn't enough reference to Pakistan and its role in Pahalgam and its role as a central hub for terror. In fact, the entire terrorism dialogue in business needs to be looked at afresh, given the fact that you've got top American generals in the last couple of months actually talk about Pakistan's assistance to the United States when it comes to fighting the ISIS-K. That may be all very well, but India would like to see more clear, categorical references to Pakistan's own role as a state sponsor of terror.
Now, would you say that between India and China, relations have come a step further from the point, like Vishnu was mentioning, when in the address earlier, Rajnath Singh did not sign on it because there was no mention made of Pahalgam at all. But yesterday, when the bilateral happened between Modi and Xi, and this is what Vikram Misri said later in the briefing. He said that it was made very clear that action against terrorism should be a prerequisite for future relationship between the two countries. Peace at the border, the Prime Minister is believed to have conveyed to Xi Jinping, has to happen. If India and China can coexist peacefully, there has to be peace at the border, there has to be joint action against cross-border terrorism, and all issues of terrorism must be addressed. So India at least has made that absolutely clear, Shiv.
Made it absolutely clear, has not prevaricated or diverted on its stand on Taiwan at all, re-emphasized it, gotten a word in as far as the border is concerned, gotten a word in as far as terror is concerned, which is especially important, Vishnu, since what happened with Rajnath Singh when he was there for the defense ministers meet, hugely important. Even the words of Xi Jinping in that bilateral, extremely important, acknowledging the border issue, acknowledging the terror issue is what Aditya Raj Kaul also told us. We also got that from that NDTV question at the Vikram Misri briefing. And therefore, I think from the SCO itself, from the forum of the SCO itself, these key meetings, I think, are going to have a huge impact as far as India's next steps are concerned with both these countries, but also vis-a-vis the United States. I think the big question right now, we can talk about the global south. We can talk about how this troika is in many ways a kind of aligned anti-tyranny front that has formed in Tianjin. But the big question, the big gorilla in the room, one more animal I'm adding to the conversation, is what is Trump going to say? How is India going to react? Let's be very clear about one thing. We've got to be realistic about one thing. The India-US relationship is a deep and wide one. There have been frictions here. There have been breakdowns here. Many people feel that it's going to take years to rebuild trust after the very harsh things that have been said by Trump and his people. But this is a relationship that can't go away. Vishnu?
No, I don't think it's going to go away. I think it's going to be on pause until Trump goes. This is Trump's second term. He's not going to be president after this, unless, of course, he decides to be president after this, which would be quite interesting. But can I just say that, when one talks about terrorism, why is the reference from Xi particularly important? Because whose nationals are being killed in Pakistan? It's Chinese nationals. There has been protests in Balochistan on what China has been doing as far as their economic initiatives, their belt and road initiatives cutting across Pakistan, their economic corridors, and Chinese nationals have been killed. And therefore, China is a party when it comes to attacks on its nationals in Pakistan, by people who are not aligned to China at all. So that being the case, China certainly should perhaps consider a stronger statement.
And that is why in India, Vishnu, people keep talking about this grey in the relationship that we have with China, especially on the issue of terrorism. Yes, Chinese nationals are also victims of Pakistan-based terror, but at the same time, you had China blocking India's effort to try and get a UN sanction on 5 Pakistani or Pakistan-based terrorists. You also had, and we've spoken about that at length, China giving intelligence to Pakistan during Operation Sindhu. So on the one hand, you yourself are victimized by Pakistani terrorists, but yet you don't let them be sanctioned. You veto India's efforts. And that really is the gist of why India perhaps will be looking over its shoulder while we see all of this warmth.
I do believe that what's going to come out of this in terms of the multilateral setup, Shiv and Padmaja, is a stronger BRICS. And that's something that really works against American interests. Donald Trump has spoken about the US dollar being threatened possibly by another currency. India has said that no, the dollar, as far as India is concerned, remains predominant as an international currency. But then, when it comes to BRICS and the entire conversation around currency, it is something which might emerge once again, but certainly as an economic bloc and a grouping, and one which has a significant say in international matters, I would suggest that America would once again be wary about where BRICS stands.
And if I may just interrupt for a second, if you could just talk about what kind of an impact these images will have on our domestic politics. Remember, again, we are going to head into yet another election season. Post-Operation Sindoor, we've seen a lot of talk about India's surrender. Why did we have a ceasefire again and again? As we speak today, Congress is also concluding its Vote Adhikar Yatra in Bihar. That is believed to be a yatra which will give impetus to their election campaign. So the BJP will want to milk this. All of these images are being put out by the party saying SCO delivers with Xi Jinping, Putin and Prime Minister Modi standing together. The party has commented on the hug between Putin and Prime Minister Modi, saying the warmth, the friendship, because they would want to do away with the kind of rhetoric, or at least try and counter the rhetoric we've seen so far, that India right now is the weakest that we've seen in the recent past. They've attacked us. The opposition has attacked the government on its relations with China, on its relations with Pakistan, and most importantly, on his relations with Donald Trump and America.
I think you're right when you say the BJP tends to milk these photo ops and things like this, especially when the Prime Minister is abroad. That is the nature of politics, and the Prime Minister is the big brand ambassador, not just of the country, but also the party. But I also have to say that I think the opposition has been completely devoid of any imagination in its critique of what's happening here. And Vishnu and I, when we were talking yesterday, we acknowledged that there is no shortage of subject matter for criticism when it comes to India's foreign policy. There are real issues to criticize. But what does the opposition, latch on to? Where is the justice for Galwan martyrs?
Where is the Dalak?
Economy is dead.
Do they want India to have a war with China?
It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. I have strong views on this, and I'm going to say it. The opposition has completely failed to trigger anyone's imagination when it comes to questioning the government as far as foreign policy is concerned. They've talked about hot button issues, hoping to play to the gallery and trigger people's emotions. People have moved on from that because I think India has made it very clear that we are not a country of war. We are not a country that initiates conflict. We are actually a country that wants a little peace. And I'm left wondering, and I'm going to get into trouble for saying this, Vishnu and Padmaja, but right now, sitting here in the NDTV studio, I'm actually wondering which party or which politician is going to be the first to latch on to the Brahmin comment from Pete Navarro. I think there are probably meetings going on in party headquarters right now. Who will pick it up and say, "Dekha, we told you there are caste issues
but you
in
see,
India."
here's what Padmaja really
That's how easy we are to divide.
Here's what I feel strongly about. The last several weeks, to me, have been among the strongest as far as Narendra Modi and the Indian foreign policy establishment's reactions are concerned. And what has their reaction been? It has been muted at best because they realize that the rhetoric coming out of Navarro and Trump is not stuff they want to get into knee-jerk reactions on. So what is Modi doing? He's apparently told Trump off when Trump said that, I ended Op Sindoor. Modi apparently said, no, you did no such thing. The relationship perhaps went sour after that. India has said that America is being, there are double standards as far as what America is concerned when it comes to their own imports. But then you've kept quiet by and large. And you've gotten about the business of foreign policy by going to Japan, which is another huge strategic partner, which has problems now on tariffs with America as well, going to China, all of what is happening over here, and just getting the job done, right? It's not a tutu meme happening. All of that rhetoric is coming from America.
And
this is a strong time for Indian foreign policy. Why isn't the opposition talking about it?
And it's almost as if America wanted that to happen, for India to react violently, for there to be some kind of public slanging match between Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi. And instead, you've had India going about its business, Prime Minister going to Japan, now the SCO meet in China. And, we spoke earlier of how a lot of things that are happening domestically, politically in India, are being picked up by the American establishment. And it's not just this entire Brahmin Maharaja comment. The other point that the opposition had raised again was this whole Soot Boot Ki Sarkar. Remember where America started, where they said, there are big businessmen in India who are making profits by taking oil from China. So you had that whole Soot Boot Ki Sarkar narrative. Then you went into the whole Maharaja point. And now you have quickly descended into casteism, invoking the Brahmins who are profiteering at the cost of the rest of the Indians. So it's almost a playbook. It's almost as if America is looking at how our domestic politics is playing out and saying, hey, that's a good point. Next, you will probably have them on the same platform in the Vote Adhikar Yatra, and then say vote chori is happening.
It is so sad. I've been a strong votary of the India-US strategic relationship 25 years ago when we were getting around to the first stages of military exercises, with America. There was so much that America was actually saying, India just doesn't trust us. We're trying so hard, this, that, the other. And slowly, through foundational agreements, they actually went to this level where you've got data sharing between American platforms and Indian platforms, extremely sophisticated American weaponry here on Indian soil, intelligence sharing on a real-time basis, incredible opportunities for American business in India. We had a defense summit. You've got Boeing in India, Lockheed Martin in India, General Electric in India, doing business in India for the American market. How does America not benefit from it?
Okay,
You've got orders of more than 100 jet engines coming in, and yet you've chosen to take all of that and throw it away.
Okay, and now we've got a political leader, Congress leader, saying for a long time India has been accusing China of its double standards and double speak on terrorism. Now Prime Minister Modi tells President Xi that India and China are both victims of terrorism. If this is not the so-called elephant capitulating before the so-called dragon, then what is? The self-proclaimed 56-inch chested leader now stands thoroughly exposed.
Who said
he
this?
betrayed national interest.
Do we know
that is what is being said by leaders of the Congress right now. And
that's a Jairam Ramesh tweet, is it?
yeah, that's right. So that is the nature of politics we have. It's almost like Professor Swaran saying
it's a knee-jerk reaction.
it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. When you had a chill, that was capitulating before China. Now when you have some kind of thaw, that also is capitulating. But seriously speaking, when saying that both India and China are victims of terrorism, do you think that India has capitulated in saying that?
Professor Singh,
I
go ahead,
think
yeah.
in that sense, okay, thank you. I think it looks like the Indian side has focused much more on border and bilateral. And therefore, I think we will see mention in Tianjin declaration of issue of terrorism without naming Pakistan. And in return, I think President Xi Jinping is trying to create SCO as anchor for global stability and present it as an alternative under the leadership of China. So his language was India-China being ancient civilizations and we need to work together to ensure global stability, whereas Indian Prime Minister was focusing on trust being the source of border management, terrorism being our bilateral problem, and we need to work together to solve it. So that kind of give and take, I think, is already visible, and we will see terrorism definitely mentioned in Tianjin Declaration. But it, as I said, will not mention Pakistan. It will not maybe spend several paragraphs. As sometimes earlier, the SCO summit meetings have addressed terrorism in a greater detail. This may not see as much detail this time.
Right.
But I think the whole focus that the host country has is to project SCO as an alternative kind of platform for ensuring global stability, because all 14 dialogue partners and 10 members are facing Trump's tariffs, whether it is Iran, Kazakhstan, India, Russia. So they all have this common concern about global stability in terms of sort of
Sure.
international trade. China is world's largest trading country, so they are as a host trying to push it in that direction.
Professor Singh, just give me a second. And Shiv and Padmaja, I've just gone through this Jairam Ramesh tweet. And with all due respect to Mr. Ramesh, to cherry pick points, to score, to cherry pick points and score political points on foreign policy is something that it hardly merits this. What would the Congress party or any other party want India to go to war with China? Do we not? And in fact, this is what the foreign minister has also said. What do you expect us to do? Go to war with China? Is there a lack of understanding about the nature of the threat militarily that India faces from China? No, there isn't. But does that mean you cease being pragmatic? Is there not something to be said about looking at the scenario around you, look at the changed nature of the relationship with the United States? So what is the point about saying that this is a day of infamy and cowardly kowtowing in Tianjin? What would you do?
I think
you
this
wouldn't
is-
have economic ties with China, despite the fact that you have economic ties with China, whether you like it or not.
I think this is the Congress party, trying to do a Sharm el-Sheikh.
But how would
with the Modi government?
a maximalist position on India and China help India?
But the Congress has painted itself into a corner. Let's be very clear. I think the Congress realizes that there is no benefit politically to it to take a nuanced position as far as foreign policy is concerned. As long as it takes some kind of an extreme position, however hypocritical, unreasonable, unfactual it may be, and all of those things actually apply to what Jairam Ramesh's tweet really is at this point of time. I think they see no benefit really in terms of sheer domestic political mileage, as Padmaja was saying, in taking a nuanced
The
view.
Indian
Who's gonna
army
listen
isn't
to a
exactly
nuanced view right
withdrawing.
now from the
We will maintain our defenses. We will build our defenses. We have a million things to do.
No, but Vishnu,
then to say that, just stop, don't talk, you are kowtowing over there, you have followed, what is the point
but
in
Vishnu,
saying that?
here's the
What
thing.
does that
There
achieve?
has never been nuance, whether it be the issue of Operation Sindoor and Donald Trump saying
Or
that I
Galwan.
mediated the ceasefire. Remember what they said in Parliament, the Congress demanded that the Prime Minister should stand inside the Lok Sabha and call Trump a liar in as many words. What do you make of that position? And that's exactly the position that's reflected now in their comments about China.
Look, the
Essentially, you're
Chinese
saying
military threat
we
is
don't want
not
to talk
going
to China.
away. Nobody is in doubt about that. What is being attempted over here is not sort of putting that aside and hiding and saying, oh, we are all friendly with China. It's being smart about how you do
100%.
and go about the business of
No, and also,
international relations.
may I just add, and Gauri Dwivedi joins us live from Tianjin in just a moment. Before I go to her, I just want to say, look at this other picture that's just been put out by the government of the Prime Minister with the two leaders. Very, very, nice frame that's just been put out. I like the fact that you've got the Tiranga right before.
It's almost
right
like they're lined
behind,
up.
Prime Minister Modi, and I wonder what he's actually saying with his finger raised that way, but also part of that conversation. Gauri, amazing images coming in from where you are right now. One picture after the other, the bonhomie, the three of them, talking together. We've been sitting here and trying to figure what the three of them have been talking about. What's the general buzz there about these three?
There is a lot of buzz and excitement ever since those images came out right behind me in that big screen that we are watching. And trust me, every journalist, every outlet that is here in this huge complex has come back and asked us only one thing. What do you think of the Prime Minister Modi's presence here? And what do you think will be India's stand, India's position? So essentially, this year's SCO has been all about India's stance, India's position, and India's message. And that message is going to be on three different fronts. Of course, on security, on cross-border terror that you've been talking about. Second, on trade and connectivity. Now, SCO started as an organization with security as its undercurrent and tying it together, but it has now increased and expanded its scope to include a lot of connectivity. Eurasia connectivity is something that's also very important for India as well. We've been making great efforts in terms of that, parallelly in our corridors, IMEC and several others. So connectivity is something, another very important aspect of what's likely to come up here. And India is also going to be speaking about it. And the second and the equally important aspect to it, of course, is Donald Trump. He's not here, but he's pretty much here simply because of the punishing tariffs that he's imposed. Not a single country in that room has not been impacted by the tariff war that Donald Trump has come out. He's on a warpath in terms of an economic warfare against one and all, which is why many are expecting there could be some sort of a messaging that may actually come out collectively, the global South coming out with a message of solidarity as far as the economic bullying that's coming in from Washington.
Okay, I also want to read out what has been reported by Xinhua about remarks made by Xi Jinping at the 25th meeting of the Council of Heads of State of the SCO. He said that China has pledged to provide 2 billion yuan in grant to member states at the SCO within this year. He's also said that member states of SCO should seek common ground while putting aside differences. And I think this is the really operative part of that statement. The SCO, Gauri, has grown into the world's largest regional organization. In a sense, also saying that, look, so far you've had the Western Bloc pretty much saying, we will dictate to the rest of the world. Now you have the SCO saying, we are the largest regional grouping. So, well, sorry, but you won't.
So there is a lot in this for China as well, Padmaja. There's a reason why Xi Jinping is wanting these optics as well. This is something that's significant for China to be able to send out a message. And India has been very clear in terms of saying that we are part of organizations and summits, but not a part of groupings. So to that extent, given the political global headwinds that are there right now, it makes prudent diplomacy for India to be here at the summit collectively. But should we be backing China on all its aspirations and roadmap and its messaging to the US? I think that is where we've been very cautious about it. As far as the other very important image that we put out a short while back, the three leaders coming together, Russia, India, China, there's just one thing I want to say. The moment that image flashed on the screen behind us, every single journalist got up and saw that image. That tells you the messaging. They may not be officially together. There is nothing called RRC together in an operational formal front, but everybody understands the message that went out with the leaders coming together, chatting, talking, because that's exactly the message that they need to send out. Show of solidarity and unity. Doesn't need to be a formal organizational setup. It isn't one. But that single message in terms of the global south, and particularly these three leaders coming together, is probably one of the biggest aspects of the SCO where we are here right now in Tianjin.
Gauri, just you are an economist by training, and I just want to understand, if we are at SCO, but if you talk about BRICS and the coming together economically of India, China, and Russia, then how does it pose a challenge to the US as an economic bloc?
It's an extremely important question, Vishnu, and I think that really is something that even all the BRIC countries have been talking about, that can they collectively come together and form a united economic front against Donald Trump? Can they trade in their local currencies? Can they start something like a rupee ruble that already is being talked about increasingly? Can there be a possibility of all these countries trading together in their local currencies, take out dollar, not completely eliminate it, but reduce it? Is that a possibility? I'm sure that's a conversation and negotiations that's happening, if not at a formal level, probably in terms of back channel conversations. That's the first thing. Secondly, Russia has come out on record and saying that if these tariffs make the Indian exports difficult in terms of the US in the short term, the Russian market is available and open. Now, if you take these three economies together, you're talking about one of the world's largest export markets in total, domestic markets in total. And that, I think, is extremely significant. And at the SCO level, if you talk about it, well, you're talking about countries which have about 43% of the world's population, 23% of the GDP. If they come together, there is a huge export market that opens up. Of course, we're not talking about non-entities. There are those which have very little to offer in terms of any trade and prospect. But barring the rest, if there is a possibility of an economic front coming together, opening up of export markets amongst each other, I think that could really offer alternate trading avenues. How soon will that happen remains to be seen, but that's a possibility and a potential that I'm sure many would be examining right now.
All right, so just once again, for the benefit of our viewers who are tuning in about what? Half an hour from now, a little bit more than half an hour.
46 minutes.
46 minutes. We've got a countdown clock. We'll have President Putin of Russia meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India. Just a couple of hours before the Prime Minister returns to India, flies back. But it's going to be very, very important in as much as India and China have really taken their relationship forward in an attempt to try and stabilize the situation towards ultimately improving it. I do believe that it's this meeting with Putin and Modi, which is going to take place in 46 minutes from now, which is also in many senses very important from a larger geostrategic perspective. India continues to import Russian oil. India is not going to stop doing that. But Shiv, I think a point we haven't discussed at all is the defense trade. I wouldn't use the word trade, the partnership between India and Russia. We've had the National Security Advisor visit there recently. There's talk about the S-500 surface-to-air missile system, a more advanced variant of what we operate, the S-400. We've had a Russian-built frigate, the Tamal, joining the Indian Navy fleet, in fact, the last foreign warship. But there's so much more as well that India and Russia are talking about. And I do believe that that's going to be something that's going to come up. There have been Indian concerns that the pace of production in Russia has been hit because of their war. But clearly, Russia would want India to be involved as we have been in the past.
And it's very ironic, Vishnu, that's a hugely important question because, the strategic defense military trade relationship between India and Russia has been such a strong and sustainable glue between the two countries for so many years. Vishnu and I have traveled to Russia several times in the past together as well. And the defense relationship is in many ways something that's been on autopilot between the two countries. The S-400 has become the the big flashy talking point post Operation Sindoor. Remember, President Putin comes to India in December this year. The S-500 is on the table for something that India and Russia might actually co-produce here in India. And Vishnu and Padmaja and Gauri, the important thing to note here is all of this is happening in a year when something that has been the subtext of every past US president has been articulated by Trump. He has talked explicitly about India buying Russian weapons and how unhappy he is about that. So here you've got the world's most powerful politician lecturing and pretty much scolding India for buying Russian weapons. And India is gamely proceeding not just with hugs and handshakes, but potentially very, very large defense trade deals with Russia, signaling, ironically, in many ways, that you can try what you want to do by lecturing us, being hostile towards us, scolding us and saying, we do not like the fact that you are so non-aligned or the fact that you are close to Russia as well as us. You need to choose. It's us versus them. This is India saying, look, this is who we are. This is what makes Indian foreign policy unique. The fact that we can talk to both sides, the fact that we can talk to Trump and Putin, the fact that we can talk to Putin and Zelensky as we have done this weekend, while the Prime Minister was in Tianjin. And Gauri, that is what is making Trump uncomfortable. This non-aligned business is non-digestible for him.
Non-digestible.
Indeed, and that also explains that there are these premature responses coming in from the Trump administration. Ahead of the summit, ahead of any deliberations, you have a response coming in, and you have that NYT report saying that, Donald Trump is not going to come to Quad. The host has not extended an invitation. Suddenly, member countries are saying they're not going to travel. Likewise, today, you had Peter Navarro again repeating the Maharaja of tariffs claim that he had made earlier. Why? Simply because these are these nervous responses that are coming in from the Trump administration, given the optics that are at play. What you're seeing right now on your screens, that hug diplomacy, so to say, that is there on your screens, that tells you that what lies ahead in terms of the India-Russia bilateral throws up many more opportunities. And let me just tell that, unlike yesterday, when there was a lot of cautious optimism in terms of limited expectations from the India-China bilateral, none of that is there today. There is a lot of expectation in terms of what the roadmap will be for the India-Russia relationship, from trade to defense to, of course, larger messaging. All of that is likely to come up today. And Donald Trump, and along with him, the entire administration realizes that you can't talk down to New Delhi, come up with those most undiplomatic phrases and expect that we're going to, follow the lines like some of the other world leaders being schooled like, school children, and with Donald Trump acting as the principal. We've seen those images, haven't we? None of that is happening here, and which is why there is a lot of expectation from this bilateral that will start in just about 40 minutes from now. You've spoken about
that is
defense.
something that even experts, and not just in India, but the US as well, have pointed out, that contrary to the popular perception that is being perpetuated here in India for entirely political reasons, Aditya, it's been said again that Indian government has surrendered to various forces. India actually did the exact opposite, and that's the reason why Donald Trump is so peeved. He simply cannot get how India could stand up and tell him off. India simply refuses to capitulate to their trade, the conditions they set for the trade deal on the issue of Russia, on the issue of Sindoor. Aditya.
Padmaja, Russia is just an excuse. It's the ego of Donald Trump that is hurt, really. We've been covering this ad nauseum every passing day. But White House is upset. Donald Trump is upset because during the so-called ceasefire which Trump arrived at, we did not give him the so-called credit that he really deserved. And he's running for that Nobel Peace Prize. Nobody knows whether he's even inching closer to that. But the reality of the matter is that diplomacy functions in a different way. Diplomacy, as I have been saying, is not instant noodles. So it takes time. And Trump needs to realize that those times are over when you can bully India into subjugation. You can use your theatrics and rhetoric and pressure tactics to yield results in such a manner as American foreign policy really wants. But that is not going to happen. India has stood its ground. Padmaja, like you were pointing out, there is this narrative going on in India in a certain minority section that Prime Minister Modi or the Indian government has surrendered. To the contrary, the reality of the matter is that Modi has stood his ground and said that we will engage in trade with Russia. Jaishankar repeatedly, not just in India, but traveling to Europe constantly in the last 3 years, has said that when Europe can engage in earth-shattering levels of trade with Russia, even through the war, even through the bloodshed, even through when hospitals and schools were being attacked in Ukraine, then why can't India think of its national interests? And India will certainly do that. There might be a new international order. There might be, in this multipolar world, different stances being taken by different countries. But India, from the very beginning, has said that this is not an era of war. We believe in dialogue and diplomacy, and that's what we will see.
Court in the US has ruled that all of Trump's tariffs are illegal. Donald Trump has now reacted to that, saying more than $15 trillion will be invested in the USA, a record in all caps. And much of this investment is because of tariffs. If a radical left court is allowed to terminate these tariffs, almost all of this investment and much more will be immediately cancelled. In many ways, we would become a third world nation with no hope of greatness again.
We know about Trump's relationship with courts. So
can I just bring in Aditya on another important point? Ukraine, how is that likely to come up between Modi and Putin?
Well, Vishnu, I didn't get your question exactly, but what I can tell you is that the plenary is underway right now, and of course, Prime Minister has spoken. In a few minutes from now, we will get the exact text of what Prime Minister exactly has said. The salient
Aditya, I'm asking you about the bilateral between Putin and Modi, right? When that happens, how will Ukraine likely come up?
Yes, of course. That's the big question right now. But in a few minutes, that bilateral will happen after the plenary really ends. We are expecting that meeting can also take longer than an hour because there are quite a few issues, Vishnu and Shiv, that are going to be discussed. Ukraine predominantly will be discussed. Trump tariffs would be discussed. The trade ties and the defense ties between Moscow and New Delhi would be discussed threadbare, perhaps to be taken to another level as well. You heard 36 hours ago Zelensky making that SOS call to Prime Minister Narendra Modi while he was here in China, asking him to convey to Putin that peace ceasefire, a peace agreement is only the way forward. That clearly indicates, Vishnu, also the failure of the foreign policy of the Trump administration that hasn't arrived on any kind of a peace agreement. Even after the Alaska summit, there have been tall promises made by Donald Trump. There are theatrics, there are threats that have been made by Donald Trump. But yet, Putin is perhaps really trying to checkmate Trump and, having his own hegemony in this entire debate. Many are saying that Trump has the cards, but in reality, it does seem out and open that Putin has the cards. Putin is playing this long game right now. It's not the Donald Trump administration.
All right.
37 minutes to go for the Modi-Putin bilateral. There's no shortage of subject matter on the table between Modi and Putin, but it is prefaced by these incredible images, Aditya, of the three, the three leaders of these three giant nations, India, Russia, and China. It's tempting to look at it as a big flex, an anti-tyranny front, an anti-tariff front because of the new alignment between them. We've seen pictures from 2018 of these three same leaders going viral all over again, Aditya, but they've done it again. They're standing together, they're smiling, they're laughing. We'll never know what they're talking about. Only they and their interpreters actually know. And if they had to tell you, they'd have to kill you. But I'm just wondering whether they were discussing Trump. I really want to know whether these three guys were discussing Trump. Aditya, what do you think? What's the buzz over there? What were the three talking about?
Well, it does seem that there is something that they are talking about, and it does seem that the biggest issue right now seems to be Donald Trump, the American foreign policy, and the kind of so-called disruption that they are making. And there's one image when, Modi is pointing towards the ground. Yeah. So I don't know what that really means, but clearly it does
That's
seem
going to become a meme, isn't it, Aditya? That's going to become a meme.
That's how low Trump's popularity is now.
But can I just say...
That's the direction Trump's popularity is headed in.
Can I just suggest, guys, that I don't think they were talking about Trump. I do believe they were talking about everything other than Trump.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Trump is significant in terms of the business that they're looking to get into, whether it's stabilizing the border, it's getting into oil imports, talking about Ukraine. Trump is not on their mind. That might be... there may be reactions in Washington and we'll see if they react to that. But right now, there's work here. Aditya, you were saying something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying the underground gas pipelines maybe, the gas connections and the trade that will continue, perhaps taken to another level between India and Russia. You never know that Trump wants us to end the oil purchases and the trade. This may actually go to another level. They might announce another deal also of actually going to places. But reality of the matter is that Modi and Putin are meeting in a bit from now. And the global media's attention, I was speaking to some of the press here from France as well as US who are tracking this meeting very closely, and they really want to understand what Modi will convey to Putin, what they will discuss on Ukraine, and on the trade front, what are the kind of statements that will come out, especially around the Trump tariff. So really, it does seem that there would be some kind of messaging, some kind of narrative that will be set up on the sidelines of the SCO when it comes to Donald Trump. And yes, he would be tuned into the Truth Social for a reaction perhaps in a couple of hours.
And the narrative and the messaging is not just happening from Chinese soil. It is continuously being sent out from within India as well. Remember, it had started with the Prime Minister when just hours after Donald Trump slapped that additional penalty of 25%, he said, I am willing to pay the price, but I will not let India's interests be bartered with America. This was reiterated by the RSS when they held that 3-day lecture series. The RSS chief said, listen, we can have business, but it has to be done on an equal footing. No one can be treated as an inferior, or be subjugated by another power. And today we've had the agriculture minister, and this is also very, very significant. Our viewers need to know this, because one of the main sticking points between India and US on the trade deal is that India is not willing to open up its agriculture to America. They are not happy to have GM crops come in. Remember, the RSS also has a considerable base among farmers, among small traders, and this has been a huge issue, a huge concern for India. So you had the agriculture minister today say, listen, some big boss sitting on foreign soil cannot dictate terms to us. For us, it's always going to be India first. Let's quickly listen in to what Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the agriculture minister, said.
आज हम देख रहे हैं, आज भी प्रधानमंत्री चीन में, उसके पहले जापान में थे। भारत का सम्मान कितना बढ़ा है। अब दुनिया का कोई दादा ये ना सोचे कि भारत को आंख दिखा दी तो वो झुक जाएगा। आज का भारत आंखों में आंख डाल के बात करता है। कोई भी समझौता कैसे करते हैं? राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि, भारत के हित सर्वोपरि हमारे लिए। और मैं आज एक नागरिक के नाते प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को बधाई देना चाहता हूं, अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। जब हमसे ऐसा समझौता करना चाहा जो हमारे राष्ट्रीय हितों के खिलाफ था, जो हमारे किसानों के खिलाफ था, मछुआरों के खिलाफ था, पशुपालकों के खिलाफ था, तो हमने कह दिया कि ऐसा समझौता नहीं होगा, नहीं होगा, नहीं होगा।
All right, so very, very important remarks by Shivraj Singh Chauhan over there. It's not new what he's saying, it's the timing which is important. India has made it absolutely clear that when it comes to any trade deal with America, agriculture and dairy are areas which are absolutely no-go. There's plenty to be done and plenty that India was willing to be flexible with. But I think it's what we are seeing in terms of comments from the United States, which has perhaps triggered that response that you just heard over there with the White House.
No, but this also, Vishnu, this also shows...
actually saying what he was saying, making all sorts of disparaging remarks about India, including new comments. It just goes to show that there is political heat building up in India as well in terms of...
And not just heat, but also alignment. This appears to be a very coherent response to what's coming in from the United States, because let's be very clear, in this government, people generally do not speak out of turn. So if Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the agriculture minister, is making a comment that impinges on foreign relations at a time when the Prime Minister is in China, in the context of what's happening, this is a socha samjha message that India is putting out to the United States.
People are getting impatient with what's happening in America. I think perhaps contrary to what I said a little while earlier on, where India was by and large staying silent, the fact that you've got a very senior minister, an extremely experienced politician who knows exactly what needs to be said and what shouldn't be said, right? And has a larger interest in mind.
No, and Vishnu, also this message is for our domestic audience, because people need to be reassured in a sense if the opposition's messaging is that India is basically being bullied. It is now pretty much on the mat as far as China, America is concerned. You also have to reassure your voter, your audience, that that is not the case. It needs to be said with clarity. If there are farmers there who are watching the minister or watching the government right now, the trade deal right now is on pause, but what happens next? Will we have GM crops? Will we have, in the dairy sector, America coming in? They need to be reassured that, listen, your prime minister is there. He's going out and having all of these meetings, but your interests are going to be protected. And that is foremost for the Indian establishment, for the Indian government, irrespective of who's in power. I think that messaging is very important, not just for America, but also for the domestic audience. Ashok Sajjanhar, former Indian diplomat, is also joining us live. Sir, big news day we have. And of course, the 4-5 big developments. We have Shehbaz Sharif being ignored there by Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin. We've got the warmth seen in the troika of Xi Jinping, Putin and Prime Minister Modi. But I think the biggest headline of the day, General Soy is also joining us. Thanks very much, sir, for joining us this morning. The big headline undoubtedly is Pete Navarro going off on a bender. He has decided now that there are some unnamed Brahmins in India who are profiteering at the cost of Indians. Who do you think is tutoring him on India's caste system and its involvement with Indian business?
Well, thank you very much, Padmaja. I think whoever is tutoring him is giving him all the wrong information, because he is displaying his ignorance by his comments and the statements that he's making. But, it is really not only frustrating, but also pitiable to see, to the depths to which Peter Navarro personally has sunk. Of course, there are others also who've been making similar comments, like Scott Bessent, and also I think at the beginning it was Marco Rubio also who had got into the act. But, the venom and the poison and, the despicable level that he has descended to, I think that is very unseemly for any senior official. Speak about a foreign country, speak about a foreign leader, and speak about the domestic politics of a foreign country. I think it really doesn't merit beyond a passing rejection of all these statements. But if you permit, Padmaja, I'd like to make just two very short comments on the discussion that you three worthies, Vishnu, you and Shiv have been having. Number one, irrespective of what they are talking, I'm sure the three leaders know exactly that the whole world is riveted to what, these messaging is coming out from. The pictures, as they say, the pictures speak more than 1,000 words. I think they speak more than 100 pages. No amount of Tianjin declaration will be able to erase, or supplement in any way the messaging that this body language, that this chemistry, that this rapport will be sending out to the world capitals, and particularly as far as the United States is concerned. The second is, I think, Shiv, you mentioned that we'll wait for Mr. Trump to put it on his Truth Social. He's not going to do anything of that. Mr. Trump sort of, when he has to beat his chest that he has been able to achieve something, then only he will come on Truth Social and declare that this is what he has done, this is what he's been able to achieve. You would recall that, Sorry?
He has reacted to far less compelling images than these in the past. You are saying he won't react to this?
No, of course. No, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. In my humble opinion, you see, he had this huge telephonic conversation with Prime Minister Modi on the 17th of June. He did not refer to it. It was an important conversation, went on for a long time, because he was the one who really got a rap on the knuckles, telling him that, you had no role to play. So let's wait and see. But I don't think that he is going to be sort of, criticizing whatever he had to say about India's dead economy and so on and so forth. Sure. I think he has had his say. And the last point is
Ambassador, half a second. I just want to go through Pete Navarro's latest remarks for the benefit of our viewers. Just in quick summary, the latest remark is that Brahmins are profiteering from Russian oil. India is the Maharaja of tariffs. Russia got into bed with big oil in India. Indian refiners make a ton of money.
Laundromat.
Oil deal fueling Russian war machine, and India nothing but a laundromat for the Kremlin. General Soy, would you like to respond or take a look at this? This comes from one of India's principal strategic allies.
In fact, I feel they are totally rattled because the kind of immature statements which are coming out of US administration, present administration. One thing, I was in US, I came back about 3 days back. It showed total psychophancy at present, that everybody keeps saying, sir, you are great. It is because of you. Things are happening. It is because you. America is becoming great. We are doing this because of you. So a lot of psychophancy is there. And whatever Trump is doing, everybody is now speaking that language. And this is very, very unfortunate. It is uncalled for a great democracy, big democracy like America, where these kinds of statements come out, which are very, very immature. And I'm sure on the other hand, see the elegance on our part. We are not named America when we talk of bullying. We are not said that this word is not for bullying and all. So nobody has named any particular country. And on the other hand, these kinds of statements are, and why they are singling out India, that is another angle. And now at present, if you see, they are trying to woo a bit China. They increase the student visas for China. They are talking of deployment of Chinese troops in Ukraine. They are talking of, they have not increased the duties, tariffs on China, the kind of tariffs they have increased on us. Probably they are worried about RIC, Russia, India, China, shifting the global power to the eastern side from the west. And if this happens, though this is just a beginning probably, and what India has shown US, that if one door closes, 10 doors open, whether it is Japan or our affiliation with other countries.
It has been a very united message, hasn't it? This is an important thing to highlight today, that the while the domestic noises have been made, there's a lot of tutu meme going on between the political parties in India. As far as India's national response is concerned to the United States, it's been very, very coherent. You just heard Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Before that, you've had, the Indian Foreign Office has spoken in one voice. You had the Prime Minister talking about never bending to tariff pressure when he was speaking in Gujarat, if I'm not mistaken, earlier as well. You've got the images. Let's put those images back on our screen from Tianjin right now of Modi and Putin, and then the Troika as well. Ambassador Sajanar, the Modi-Putin bilateral begins in about just over 20 minutes from now. This is a tried and tested relationship. It comes in a year when it has been specifically under attack by Trump. It was a scheduled meeting. It's not happening in response to Trump's, escalations. But obviously, there is a special quality to this handshake and embrace between Modi and Putin today. What do you think they're going to talk about in today's bilateral, sir? There is no shortage of topics to talk about, thanks to Trump especially. But what is your view on what's going to happen in that room when Modi and Putin meet?
Yeah, I think basically, in my view, it is going to be about bilateral relations in terms of, the strength of our bilateral ties, how they can be sort of, further taken forward in the areas of, whether it is defense or energy and so on and so forth. Not into the nitty-gritty, but into the big picture in terms of going forward. And of course, in terms also of taking the forthcoming visit of President Putin to India, that will be in, it's reported that it might be in December. So, something about the next summit meeting in India that is to take place. Of course, global relations, particularly as far as economic ties and the tariffs on India and the instability in the global world trading order, that definitely will be there. And I think President Putin will debrief Prime Minister Modi about the situation in the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict. And I'm sure Prime Minister Modi will again plug in for the fact that there should be, an early end. There is unnecessary death, destruction, and dislocation of people, and lives of people. Children are being lost. I'm sure that is a pitch that Prime Minister Modi will definitely make in the bilateral talks. I think particularly on Saturday, he's got a call from President Zelensky also in this regard. So I'm sure that will also be taken up. But by and large, I think it's going to be on strengthening bilateral ties. What are the other areas? The huge trade deficit. What is the way forward? I think basically that is what it is going to be.
Between China and India, General Soy, the three main points that were raised by the Indian Prime Minister were trade, cross-border terrorism, and of course, our shared border. When it comes to Russia, what are the main talking points you think will come out of there?
In fact, what I feel is basically what Ambassador Sajana just mentioned, the same thing, defense ties, oil, economy, trade, and how can now India contribute in Russia? Like we have already talked of sending skilled and non-skilled people to Russia, because Russia needs them for the reconstruction, and a lot of places those things are there. Because at present the trade balance is in favor of India as far as Russia is concerned, because of it is in favor of Russia because we are importing a lot of oil from Russia, and with our manpower going there, with our exports going up. And Russia has also assured that whatever help they can provide in losses because of an increased tariff because of US, that also some sort of compensation would be there. So this kind of with this kind of relationship, I think the trade, defense, and technology, these two factors would be discussed. Padamjan.
We can go back to Aditya Rajkol, who's with us once again. Aditya, in all of this, it's been a while since we made reference to Shahbaz Sharif, the Pakistani leader, standing sort of in line while Modi and Putin passed him by, not for a moment glancing in his direction. And then, of course, earlier on, there was this video which emerged that, he extended his hand to Putin and extended his hand many times, and then was unable to actually get any reciprocity from the Russian leader. So it's not been very good, has it, on Chinese territory for the Pakistani leader?
Well, Vishnu, I had to really scroll on a slow motion video to really see Shahbaz Sharif out there. Otherwise, the world media wouldn't have really noticed him. But clearly, Shahbaz Sharif is in attendance. We have seen him. There is a huge screen right behind me, giving a live footage first from the SCO summit. And that's where Shahbaz Sharif is speaking right now. The Pakistani Prime Minister is, of course, a member of the SCO. 2017, India and Pakistan both were, admitted into the SCO. But the big question right now is about the Modi-Putin meeting that will be happening in a few minutes from now. But these visuals are the center stage of the diplomacy. These visuals on the screen on NDTV are really the focus point of what really is transpiring on the sidelines of the SCO Leaders Summit as well. We are witnessing bonhomie between Prime Minister Modi, President Xi Jinping, and President Putin as well. Especially India and Russia are really trying to, build on their momentum, build on the relationship really, especially at a time when India has stood with Russia continuously, even through this war. Even though India has a neutral approach, it has strategic autonomy. It says that it will do whatever it wants as per the wishes of the people, in the interest of the people and in national interest. But in a few minutes from now, both we'll have the bilateral between Modi and Putin, but we'll also have the SCO joint declaration. So it will be interesting to see the terminology and the wordings in the declaration, especially when it comes to cross-border terrorism emanating from Pakistan. Would there be a joint condemnation of the SCO members? Will there be some reservation from Pakistan? And at the same time, trade connectivity and how the SCO countries can build on the momentum, especially when many say that this has to be an Asian century. So India and China are going to play a critical role in that. But these visuals of Putin and Modi meeting, the bonhomie, the hug, the embrace, clearly are pointing to the kind of relationship India and Russia have enjoyed for decades together and are building on that momentum to continue to do trade, to continue to do people-to-people contact, Bollywood films and songs being loved in Russia for decades together. And even now, there is an instance where an Air India flight got stuck in one of the remote areas in Russia. Locals came out to support and meet the Indians out there. That is the kind of love and bonhomie is for Indians across Russia. And that continues even through this war. So Modi and Putin bonhomie being witnessed. And in a few minutes from now, we will have the Prime Minister meeting the Russian President Putin, and we will get you the latest on that.
All right, we expect to get some more details of what Prime Minister Modi did say, but it's almost half past the hour. It is half past the hour, 9:30 a.m. in the morning. 14 minutes from now, that all-important bilateral is going to happen.
उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सीलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों में SCO का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। SCO को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। SCO, S सिक्योरिटी, C कनेक्टिविटी, O अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ S यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें SCO रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल-कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई। इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा। इस दुख की घड़ी में जो मित्र देश हमारे साथ खड़े रहे, मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। यह हमला केवल भारत की अंतरात्मा पर ही आघात नहीं था, यह मानवता में विश्वास रखने वाले हर देश, हर व्यक्ति को खुली चुनौती थी। कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है। एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे। हमें मिलकर आतंकवाद का हर रंग में, हर रूप में विरोध करना होगा। ये मानवता के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है। एक्सेलेंसी, अब मैं दूसरे स्तंभ सी यानी कनेक्टिविटी पर अपने विचार रखना चाहूंगा। भारत का हमेशा से मत रहा है कि मजबूत कनेक्टिविटी से केवल व्यापार ही नहीं बल्कि विश्वास और विकास के द्वार भी खुलते हैं। इसी सोच के साथ हम चाबहार पोर्ट और इंटरनेशनल नॉर्थ साउथ ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरिडोर जैसे इनिशिएटिव पर काम कर रहे हैं। इनसे हम अफगानिस्तान और मध्य एशिया के साथ संपर्क बढ़ा सकते हैं। हमारा मानना है कि कनेक्टिविटी के हर प्रयास में संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान होना चाहिए। यही SCO चार्टर के मूल सिद्धांतों में भी विदित है। Connectivity that bypasses sovereignty, losing trust and unity. Excellency, तीसरा स्तंभ है O यानी opportunity. Opportunity for cooperation and reform. 2023 में भारत की अध्यक्षता के दौरान नई ऊर्जा और विचारों का संचार हुआ है। स्टार्टअप और इनोवेशन, ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन, यूथ एम्पावरमेंट, डिजिटल इंक्लूजन और शेयर्ड बुद्धिस्ट हेरिटेज जैसे नए विषयों को अपने सहयोग में जोड़ा। हमारा प्रयास था कि SCO को सरकारों के परे भी ले जाए। सामान्य मानवी, यंग साइंटिस्ट, स्कॉलर्स और स्टार्टअप को भी आपस में जोड़े। हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइम में दृढ़ता देने के लिए मैं आज एक और सुझाव रखना चाहूंगा। SCO के अंतर्गत एक सिविलाइजेशन डायलॉग फोरम बनाया है। इससे हम अपनी प्राचीन सभ्यताओं, कला, साहित्य और परंपराओं को वैश्विक मंच पर साझा कर सकते हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, आज भारत रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म, ट्रांसफॉर्म के मूल मंत्र पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। कोविड हो या वैश्विक आर्थिक अस्थिरता, हमने हर चुनौती को अवसर में बदलने का प्रयास किया। हम लगातार वाइड रेंजिंग रिफॉर्म पर काम कर रहे हैं। इसे देश में विकास के साथ साथ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहयोग के लिए भी नए अवसर खुल रहे हैं। मैं आप सभी को भारत की विकास यात्रा से जुड़ने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, यह खुशी की बात है कि SCO भी समय के अनुरूप इवॉल्व हो रहा है। ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम, ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग और साइबर सिक्योरिटी जैसी समकालीन चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए 4 नए केंद्र बनाए जा रहे हैं। हम इस रिफॉर्म ओरिएंटेड माइंडसेट का स्वागत करते हैं। वैश्विक संस्थानों में रिफॉर्म्स के लिए SCO सदस्य सहयोग बढ़ा सकते हैं। संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 80वीं वर्षगांठ के अवसर पर हम एकमत होकर यूएन रिफॉर्म का आह्वान कर सकते हैं। ग्लोबल साउथ की आकांक्षाओं को आउटडेटेड फ्रेमवर्क में कैद रखना भावी पीढ़ियों के प्रति घोर अन्याय है। नई पीढ़ी के बहुरंगी सपनों को हम पुराने जमाने की ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट स्क्रीन पर नहीं दिखा सकते। स्क्रीन बदलनी ही होगी। SCO मल्टीलेटरलिज्म और इंक्लूसिव वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर का मार्गदर्शक बन सकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर आज एक स्टेटमेंट जारी किया जा रहा है। एक्सेलेंसी, हम सभी पार्टनर्स के साथ समन्वय और सहयोग के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं SCO के अगले अध्यक्ष किर्गिस्तान के राष्ट्रपति और मेरे मित्र प्रेसिडेंट जपारोव को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Right, the Prime Minister there talking about and making critical points at the SCO summit. I'm going to go through a couple of them. Terrorism is a joint challenge for humanity. The Prime Minister specifically referring to terrorism. He spent several minutes talking about this. He's named the Al-Qaeda. He spoke about the face of terrorism in Pahalgam. He spoke about how terrorism is a big challenge, not just for India, but the rest of the world. To me, one of his most important remarks was that there must not be double standards in the fight against terrorism. All terrorism must be fought and opposed. He spoke specifically about terror financing. This has been one of India's biggest concerns and central to our fight at the international level against terrorism. He says that India has had 4 decades of terrorism. We've suffered the loss of lives. He referred to Pahalgam. He's thanked friendly nations who have come out in support of India after the Pahalgam attack. We've lost our children. Many have become orphaned. Can open support for terrorism by some countries ever be acceptable to us? These are just a couple of points.
And the
this
last
is very
point,
important.
Vishnu, can I just point out, has been said in the presence of Shehbaz Sharif. So when the Prime Minister says, can open support for terrorism by some countries ever be acceptable? This is a challenge for the entire world. Make no mistake that this was clearly directed at the man who was in the room and listening to all of this when you said that Pahalgam, you saw the worst face of terrorism. He's naming Al-Qaeda.
He didn't name Pakistan.
Look, Pakistan.
It is interesting.
But the
because it's the
India
SCO.
often does that.
It's the SCO. It's not surprising that he hasn't named Pakistan. It is a multilateral forum where Shehbaz Sharif is there. There are sensitivities as well. But I think one thing is very clear. Look, Pakistan is not unused to being shamed on multilateral fora as far as being the global fountainhead of terror is concerned. What the Prime Minister has done is articulate very, very clearly what India's stand on terror is concerned. I don't think this has ever wavered. Vishnu, correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm wondering, Vishnu and Padmaja, given that Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, was there was a little bit of friction, a little bit of divergence as far as the mention of Pahalgam is concerned. Could we see something of that kind happen here as well? Or unlikely, that would have been ironed out?
In that joint communique of Pahalgam, in the communique, the mention of Pahalgam in the communique, it would be a resounding SCO success for India. If there is explicit mention of terrorism, we can say that that is acceptable to us. If it falls short of that, then I would suggest that SCO has not gone the way we would want it. Then perhaps the focus would remain on Modi and Putin and Modi and Xi. But as far as SCO is concerned, India's agenda is clear. It's terrorism all along, naming and shaming Pakistan, if not directly, then indirectly. This is as direct as possible, perhaps in a multilateral forum, as she mentioned. But will that joint communique have explicit mention in one way, shape or form?
Let's take this across to our guests. Ashok Sajjanhar and General Soy continue to be with us. And again, let's reiterate that the Prime Minister underscored the fact, Mr. Sajjanhar, that this is a joint challenge. Please do not for a moment think that this is India's problem alone. We suffered it during Pahalgam, but there can be no double standards, there can be no hypocrisy, and people who are backing terror simply cannot be forgiven. Shehbaz Sharif is in the room, the other countries are listening on, General Soy, and India made it very clear that Pahalgam simply cannot be a footnote. It is front and center of what India wants to take away from SCO.
In fact, Pamela, absolutely right. In fact, India has maintained a consistency in raising voice against terrorism. Anywhere we have always raised, we have been told word that we are against terrorism. Whether it is Hamas, we are supporting Palestine, but we are against Hamas, we are against Houthi, we are against any kind of terror activities across the globe. Same is the case, and we have always raised the point that this is the global problem. This is not the problem of only India. After Pahalgam, we had shown to the world that how the action can be taken, effective action can be taken against terror activities. And today he has highlighted without naming. It also shows the maturity of our leader that without naming, indirect pointing was there that any supporter of terror also need to be cannot be accepted. So the message was very loud and clear, and I think the world and everybody has understood it. Alhamdulillah.
Absolutely. And let's repeat for the benefit of our viewers again the very, very important points made vis-a-vis terrorism by Prime Minister Modi in his address. And I repeat, he says, India has borne the brunt of terrorism for 4 decades. We saw the worst side of it in Pahalgam. It's a joint challenge for humanity. There will be no double standards tolerated in the fight against terrorism, and we have to say clearly that there will be no compromise on terrorism. And the most important part, can open support for terrorism by some countries ever be acceptable? Almost nudging Shiv, all the other member countries to say, listen, this is going to come and bite you sooner rather than later. And if there is here somebody in the room openly supporting terror, can you accept the hypocrisy? Can you accept that silence?
You know, and not for the first time. Let's be very clear. India has been in this position before. It's a familiar position where we're having to remind the world that terrorism is not country specific. It is going to visit everyone's shores at some point or the other. Pakistan has been the bedrock of much of this terror. And therefore, India reminding the world from the SCO forum in a year when one of the worst terror attacks has happened, in a year when 2 nuclear neighbors, had a mini war, as Vishnu correctly calls it, in a year when India sort of changed the rules of the game as far as terrorism are concerned with Pakistan. Here is the leader of the world's largest democracy sitting in China, a country known to be one of India's principal adversaries, and pretty much lecturing the world right now about how wrong it has been so far to not be completely united and unequivocal as far as terror is concerned. So I'm going to wonder and wait to see what that statement is going to be. And I completely agree with Vishnu. A mention of Pahalgam, huge success. Mention of terror, acceptable to India. Anything less than that will be food for thought as far as the Foreign Office is concerned. But let's bring Aditya back in. Aditya Rajkol is our man on the ground, along with Gauri at Tianjin at the SCO summit. Aditya, the big statement from Prime Minister Modi, what did you think of it? Unexpected lines, the big overriding theme is terror.
Well, that's right, Shiv. A major statement coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the SCO Leaders Summit. I mean, there is a mention of terrorism all the time in breaks, in SCO, at different levels. But the amount of time that the Prime Minister gave on the issue of terrorism was clearly much more than other issues. He spoke about the Pahalgam terror attack in Kashmir, in which Pakistan sponsored an attack by Lashkar-e-Toiba and TRF, masterminded by the Pakistan Army, led to the killing of 26 innocents, including 25 Indians and 1 Nepalese national. There is Nepalese press here who would have certainly taken note of that as well. So Prime Minister spoke of how India has been a victim of terrorism for the last 4 decades, and terrorism needs to be condemned in all its forms, in all its manifestations. So clearly, a very strong message to Pakistan. Also, this comes inside a room where the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is present. So Prime Minister didn't have to take the name. You know, Prime Minister or India's stature is much, much bigger, much, much beyond Pakistan. We don't have to name Pakistan. From 2019, we have had a paradigm shift in the policy ever since the Pulwama terror attack of isolating Pakistan completely. We don't care if they suffer. We don't care if they have an economic meltdown or a security nightmare or the flooding clearly. But as of now, terrorism is the center stage. Of course, we'll have to wait for the joint declaration for a couple of hours now. And then in the joint declaration, I'm pretty sure that there will be a definition and some kind of condemnation of terrorism. Whether Pahalgam will be there or not is a big question, because
Sure.
you know that Pakistan would oppose that. And at the same time, China will again, as the so-called Iron Brother, support Pakistan. But terrorism certainly would be condemned here. The language, the tone and tenor of that statement would be very, very significant. Shiv, we'll have to wait for that. But Prime Minister of India making sure that terrorism is condemned and spoken about from the biggest platform at SCO in Asia, and at the same time speak about those countries who are continuously supporting terrorism, not name them, but certainly indicate which country it is, and certainly shame them from the platform of SCO.
But Aditya,
Embarrassment
can
for
I just
Pakistan.
ask you this? These aren't great times for the Pakistani Prime Minister, are there? On the one hand, he went to shake Vladimir Putin's hand on Chinese soil. Putin looked the other way. Then there is Putin and Modi, and he just sort of looks and they walk past him, ignoring him completely. India and China make serious progress in our bilateral relationship while he is on Chinese soil. In an SCO declaration, India has, read the Riot Act in terms of what countries need to do in fighting terror. No double standards, no hypocrisy. This is awkward for the Pakistani leadership.
That's right, Vishnu. There's no comparison. Let's face it. I mean, India's, top educationists, technologists, and entrepreneurs are doing, so well all across. They're in American corporations, CEOs, etc. But Pakistan, on the other side, is just, begging before the IMF and the World Bank for loans. At the same time, the Pakistani Prime Minister really isn't known as a global leader. He's perhaps at best known as a mohalla, leader in Pakistan. But clearly here also at the SCO, those images on the screens tell a different story of how Shehbaz Sharif is isolated, standing there. He might be in a friendly country, which he calls an Iron Brother, but he's at the SCO stage, at the family photo, area, sitting alone. He's not even, engaging with anybody. Nobody's coming to him for an handshake or any conversation. And just when he's standing there alone, his hands tied together, Putin and Modi walk just in front of him. And, nobody would have even noticed this if you wouldn't have seen the images very, very closely. So Pakistan has been isolated to a great extent, but the Americans have had a change of heart in the recent times, perhaps looking at the geographical nature of Pakistan, using them to checkmate Iran and keep a watch on China and Afghanistan as well. There's been a change of policy, but the reality of the matter is Pakistan has been sponsoring terror for a very long time. It has given shelter and a safe haven to groups like the Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen. And it's time that the world community not just realizes this, but acts on this. But because, as Shiv was pointing out, it's not just India. In the days ahead, terrorism could be knocking on the doors of Europe. There are, lone wolf attacks and, cars flowing all through. That's happening for the last couple of years. It will only grow worse if the world community does not realize today the consequences of terrorism. So Prime Minister making it amply clear that terrorism cannot be tolerated, needs to be condemned. And now we wait the joint declaration in a couple of hours from now. And before that, the big Modi-Putin bilateral, which would be certainly creating some global headlines.
And this is significant in so many ways. It's not just addressed at the SCO members, Aditya, because remember, the warning that the Prime Minister is giving to the world today was ironically at one time given by Hillary Clinton when she said that snakes in your backyard are going to come and bite you one day. And we've traveled the distance from then, from what Hillary Clinton said, to now the CENTCOM commander saying that Pakistan is a very valuable ally, or the former CENTCOM commander, now somebody else has taken over, to him now saying that Pakistan is a very valuable ally in America's fight against terror. So here's the Prime Minister reminding the world that, listen, you may have changed your stance depending on your current interests, but Pakistan and its patronage to terror is exactly the same. They are exactly where they were at the time of Hillary Clinton.
Padmaja, Americans love lecturing us on democracy. And when it comes to terrorism, they have this hypocrisy and duplicity. Just like you pointed out, in 2011, Hillary Clinton said this, snakes in the backyard, they are going to bite them someday. And that's what is happening. Today, you had reports now emerging from Balochistan in Buzdar. There have been some reports of attacks where, at least, it's not officially confirmed because ISPR never confirms it, but 37 Pakistan Army soldiers have been killed. So they have been sheltering the Taliban, they've been sheltering Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, and several other extremist terror organizations, which are creating perhaps a havoc for them. And there are rebel movements that are happening in KPK, in Balochistan, in Karachi, in different areas of Pakistan. And the civilians are upset. The civilians are raging, not just because of the bad security situation in Pakistan, but also from the economic meltdown. They do not have bread to eat. They do not have milk in their fridge. So Pakistan is suffering. But the global community needs to realize, especially the West, that this hypocrisy is not going to work. This kind of a false equivalence that they do. Recently, the Americans did that by banning TRF as a part of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, and then they banned the Majid Brigade of the Balochistan, which are two different entities, and one is a rebel group and one is a terror organization that has been sanctioned by the United Nations and the US. So
Aditya,
this duplicity is out in open, but much more on terrorism, certainly at the SCO. Yes.
The crucial point also is, before we move on to the Modi-Putin bilateral, the important issue right now is that the Prime Minister has spoken very clearly as far as terror is concerned. The big uncertainty now is, what's on Xi Jinping's mind? There are obvious contradictions in China's track record in terms of Pakistani terror concerned. But given this new alignment with India, and the pressure on both countries to come together in the face of a sort of common challenge from Trump. Are you getting the sense from there in Tianjin that China is willing to, go the distance as far as terror is concerned?
Well, there is certainly a realignment. There is certainly a thought in the room that there needs to be a change of thought process. There needs to be a change of diplomacy, and the dialogue in diplomacy needs to continue, especially between Beijing and New Delhi. But Shiv, one needs to also realize here that there is a huge trust deficit, and that cannot get over unless there is, some walk the talk that China really does. It hasn't been. There are tall words and commitments coming in, but not much has happened in Eastern Ladakh. There, much needs to change that. On the other side, there's huge investment shift that Pakistan has done as part of the BRI, CPEC in Pakistan. And there is no return on that investment that's clearly coming in. So they are in a catch-22. There's a lot of investment through CPEC and in Balochistan, mining taking place, the border port, etc. So it's a one-way street, money that's going in there. There are strategic concerns that China has, and that's why it's indulging in that kind of a trade and investment. But certainly, it also realizes that this is at a huge, huge cost. So we'll have to wait and watch if anything changes in a complete paradigm shift, but it's unlikely shift because both the leaders have also spoken mainly about the people-to-people contact, mutual respect and mutual trust. That will take time to get there.
And here's a sobering thought, just to add to what Aditya is saying. India has put out an unequivocal message on where it stands vis-a-vis terrorism, and especially terrorism from Pakistan. But what did the Chinese president say in his opening remarks at the SCO members session? There was no mention of terrorism. He talked about broad cooperation, and just to put out a few pointers from there, he said SCO member states are all friends and partners. We should respect our differences, maintain strategic communication, build up consensus, strengthen solidarity and collaboration, and make the pie of cooperation bigger, utilize the endowment of every country. So he's basically spoken about, enlarging the scope of the cooperation we have.
And manage contradictions.
Yes, and manage contradictions, but no real word on terrorism by name, Vishnu.
I'm just trying to see whether there was mention or not. I do believe that in the conversation between Xi and Modi, there was mention of terrorism.
Yeah, but not perhaps not very.
Not at the SCO. Yeah.
Not at the SCO today, but in the bilateral there was.
Yeah.
And I think that's significant.
I think Aditya is saying something.
Go ahead.
Vikram Misri did confirm yesterday that when the dialogue was happening, a bilateral dialogue,
in response to
when Prime Minister spoke in detail, in response to that, Chinese president was understanding, and he did admit that he supports India's fight against terrorism.
And I think that is important.
Yeah.
We'll bring you, our viewers, a transcript of what exactly the Foreign Secretary said on the issue of China and terrorism, because this is a theme that we need to keep following up on, because it sends a huge message to Pakistan besides anything else.
No, this the sensitivities here are interesting, aren't they, Aditya? This is a great sort of example of the delicate sort of navigation necessary in diplomacy, even at these multilateral fora. Like you said, this isn't instant noodles. So it's interesting and very important that that Xi Jinping has acknowledged and mentioned terror in that bilateral with Modi, hasn't mentioned it in his opening comments at the SCO, because you've got Shehbaz Sharif also sitting there. So there are all these juggleries to manage. But the overall message is important, and I think India will also take the fact that he has talked about terror, as Vikram Misri confirmed to you in that comment that he said in response to your question. That will be the big takeaway for India. It's important that Xi Jinping is on board as far as that is concerned.
Absolutely, Shiv. I mean, at the platform of the SCO during the plenary session in presence of Shehbaz Sharif, speaking of terrorism, it's not a passing remark. It is a detailed conversation. It's a detailed speech on terrorism, why it needs to be condemned, the Pahalgam terror attack, and some countries, supporting terrorism in this region. So it's a very loud statement that has come out. I also want to mention that one thing that I've noticed during this particular visit is that the Pakistani delegation is not confident. The Pakistani delegation, even though they are in their friendly country, which they call an iron brother, and this I say both the government delegation and the media. I just met a top diplomat of Pakistan who was posted in Delhi a few years ago. He seemed very, not angry, but a little low. So that is the body language of the Pakistani diplomats out here. On the other hand, for the first time, there's a huge Indian media delegation in the last few years that has come to China. So that is an upbeat momentum about the India-China relations. Also,
sure. Aditya, just hold on for a second. And, I just want to speak a little bit about what was mentioned in the conversation between the Prime Minister and Xi Jinping on terrorism. According to the Foreign Secretary, and I quote, cross-border terrorism was mentioned by the Prime Minister as a priority. And I would add that he did underline the fact that this is something that impacts both India and China. It's important, therefore, that we extend an understanding and extend support to each other as both of us combat cross-border terrorism. And I would in fact like to say, and this is the important part, Shiv and Padmaja, I would in fact like to say that we have received the understanding and cooperation of China as we have dealt with the issue of cross-border terrorism in the context of the ongoing SCO summit. So that's in fact fairly significant. If what Vikram Misri said yesterday, referring to support from China on the issue of terrorism in the context of the ongoing SCO summit, to use his words, can we not likely find very explicit mention of this in the joint communique?
We will, in fact, see a mention of terrorism. But as you said, Vishnu and Shiv and Padmaja, that if Pahalgam is mentioned, if Pahalgam is mentioned, it will be a game changer. It will be a game changer in the form the policy is adopted. It will be a game changer in the way the perception really changes towards China, and will pave a way for a new level of dialogue between India and China as well. Till now, we've seen a false equivalence between terrorism by Pakistan and Kashmir to what's happening in Balochistan. That's not acceptable to India. You need to condemn terrorism. There cannot be good terror and bad terror. And you need to, in fact, condemn terror in all its manifestations.
Okay, I believe Ambassador Javed Ashraf has joined us live as well, and General Soy wanted to make a point about this. Let's just, for the benefit of our viewers who are joining us at the top of 10 a.m. on this special coverage right here on NDTV 24/7, remind you that a big statement has been made by the Indian Prime Minister at SCO vis-a-vis terrorism and Pahalgam in particular, where Prime Minister Modi, in just about 7 to 8 points, called out Pakistan, showed it the mirror, never named it. But remember, Shehbaz Sharif was in that room where Prime Minister Modi said, we saw the ugliest face of terrorism in what happened in Pahalgam. We have borne the brunt of it for 4 decades, but this is a shared challenge. The world needs to confront terrorism. Hypocrisy cannot be tolerated, and more importantly, we simply cannot remain silent about people who give covert and overt support to terrorism from their soil and on their soil. General Soy, please make your point. I'm coming to you, Ambassador Ashraf, in just a second, please.
Yeah, in fact, a couple of things. Just very important that India has made it very clear that terrorism cannot be accepted, and not once but many times in the past, also in all global forums, India has been making this point of uniting against and fighting against terror. And yes, because this is going to affect the whole world. When we destroyed the terrorist camp in Pakistan, it actually indirectly helped the world because they could have caused damage anywhere in the world. Second thing about what Aditya had mentioned, I wanted to add that, and which we were discussing, that Pakistan will remain a major hurdle between improving or ultimately India and China becoming strategic partner. China may not be able to dump it because the kind of support they've been providing, whether militarily, nuclear support, economic support, their economic interests are there in Pakistan. CPEC is passed through there. They've invested a lot of money in Gwadar port and other infrastructure. And they have been supporting, in fact, unfortunately, China had been supporting earlier whenever India tried to, like in case of Masood Azhar, when we tried to declare Masood Azhar as a terrorist, that time China had put a technical block to this. Now, with the change of language in China, that joint statement, when we discussed with Prime Minister Modi that they would be supporting the fight against terrorism, it is definitely a shift in their stand in as far as India is concerned.
Sure.
And if this kind of statement comes, it will be a major breakthrough for India.
It'll be
And
massive.
Yes,
It'll be massive. And that's the straight question I want to take across to Ambassador Javed Ashraf. Do you think, sir, given the strong stand, the strong statement made by the Indian Prime Minister, the fact that this was brought up in the bilateral between Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi yesterday, there is a likelihood that maybe Pahalgam, but at least terrorism, cross-border terrorism, could find explicit mention in the joint communique eventually?
Well, Padmaja, first of all, good morning to you and to your colleagues.
Good morning, sir.
I think we sometimes have this, we are prone to a lot of mood swings and emotional responses, from the euphoria in January of Trumpian era to now this kind of absolute huge surge of optimism about the relationship or realignments here. That is perhaps we set up ourselves into traps and into future disappointments. That's the first point I wanted to make, and I've been watching it. I don't think the government does it. A large part of it arises in the media and in the public domain, as though to see this engagement in Tianjin as some sort of a rebound as a result of US rebuff is neither correct nor desirable. It is not correct because the process of engagement in SCO and efforts to find a normalized, stable relationship with China has been going on since 2014. There have been ups and downs, there have been conflicts, but remember 2014, 2015, 2018, 2019, and this. And much of what was said yesterday by the two leaders is no different from what has been said before. But what has changed today? One, of course, is there has been a set of very intense conversations on setting new terms of engagement. Second, the geopolitical environment has changed. China has its own internal preoccupations and external turbulence. We have a similar set of challenges in the new era. And both of us have ambitions for national transformation, continuing growth. How can we align? How can we build trust? How can we align vision? How can we convey to each other that our activities, that each country's rise is not inimical or is not threatening to the other? These will be the foundations. Rest becomes an issue of details. And whether it's at the regional level, a global level, or the bilateral challenges we have, this is going to be a long, patient haul. I wanted to make this point because, this is, we can cling on to straws or words on terrorism. Now, India has always been categorical, very strong in statements on terrorism. There has been no platform, including in the UN, where we haven't been, and this Prime Minister in particular has been extremely clear. Now, the question is that most countries, almost all countries, everyone will have condemned terrorism as a matter of principle. Where does the challenge lie? In causality, in source of terrorism, implication of Pakistan as a sponsor of terrorism, and the nature of cooperation that follows as a result, both operational, diplomatic, and political, which will enable us to create more space to challenge Pakistan on terrorism. I think on that we'll have to no matter what is said in the joint statement, no matter what is said in bilateral conversations, that proof of the pudding will lie in actually when things happen.
Ambassador, let me ask you this, if I can just jump in and get in a couple of points. You know, Pete Navarro, I take your point entirely that, look, you know, I mean, we need to be careful about how we are reporting, you know, everything that's happening. You know, I mean, the excitement needs to be curtailed, and we need to understand that there's a lot of gray over here. You know, I mean, there are ups and downs, positives, but we need to be mindful of the future and what may or may not happen. That said, Pete Navarro escalating his attack by saying something as ludicrous as Brahmins are profiteering from Russian oil, that's his latest remark. Where does that leave the relationship with America? Is it wise for me to say that, look, New Delhi will wait out for the Trump era to be over? Or do you actually see this war of words resulting in a significant decline in that strategic relationship?
You know, Vishnu, long before all this has happened, I have been of the view that a strategy that over-invests the strategic bets in one country and neglects, say, a long-standing partnership, let's say with Russia, or amplifies the differences with China, complex, difficult as they are, and in a sense does not invest the same level of attention in what I call India's extended neighborhood, which is our home, can lead to extreme vulnerabilities in a volatile global environment. Trumpism is here to stay. It will be defining Republic. You may have, I've said that to Padmaja, that Navarro is a kind of a person who must be using equally foul language in private lives, and as someone who is best ignored, but the message he's conveying, it is a political message that is being repeatedly driven to us. First, they have upended everything in the United States. And it remains to be seen whether US influence power in the world remains, because at this point of time, they are driving a deep wedge in the transatlantic relationship. Along with blaming us, they're now blaming Europe for having prolonged this war. Their relations with China would remain fraught. You've seen that with Australia, they're reviewing the relationship on AUKUS, which was in any case one-sided. Japan canceled its 2+2 meeting. With Korea, they've followed a very extractive partnership. So all of these things would lead, one, which I've said earlier also, to two things. One, that there will be much greater level of engagement among countries in the Indo-Pacific region. And second, there will be an effort of accommodation towards China, even for countries that have been deep and strong allies. Having said this, I wanted to point something about terrorism. You mentioned, Padmaja, about Hillary Clinton. Saying the snakes. But remember, US attitude on terrorism with regard to Pakistan has always been this. If Pakistan is helpful to the United States on its own challenges of terrorism, then it is quite prepared to overlook, other than cosmetic measures like listing of LET, listing of JEM, started in 2001, SGDN, etc., quite prepared to overlook. In 2001, they were quite prepared to declare Pakistan a rogue state. And then 9/11 happened, and then they told us, don't piggyback us. We have our own set of problems. I mean, when we had when we had Parliament attack on 13 December, we had Kaluchak massacre, you had shuttle diplomacy going back, telling us to restrain ourselves because they had interest in something, and Condoleezza Rice telling us, you need to give something to Musharraf so he can do more on terrorism. It is important, even at the best of times, never to lose sight of some ground realities. That's very important in diplomacy. So I just wanted to correct that picture. So we are, sorry.
Yeah, complete your point, sir.
So an SCO, I think it is an extremely important forum for us to participate in. If you see the current membership, it is the entire Eurasian landmass. And I think if you look at India's history over millennia, there has been a constant process of engagement through trade, through conflict, through spiritual connections, through religion. You have Buddhist monks connecting all of Asia. in a message of peace in the ancient era. And Prime Minister spoke about this when he addressed the Mongolian parliament in 2005, when he spoke about democracy, Buddhism in 18th century. You also now see that getting extended. Now you see 7, apart from the current members, you've Afghanistan and Mongolia coming in as observers. You have 7 Southeast Asian countries, you have South Caucasian countries, you have Middle East, and 2 South Asian members. SCO, in a sense, covers India's extended neighborhood. You need to be part of it. And you need to try and shape the agenda. Now, you cannot judge our participation. You cannot judge how much we got out of it on the language of what comes out on terrorism. Prime Minister, in the presence of Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif, made a very blunt statement. That message could not have been lost on people. But what is more important is not whether we get a great statement in the joint statement. What is important is that members of SCO would have realized that if you do not tackle the problem of terrorism, the ambitions of SCO as now security, cooperation and opportunity, connectivity and opportunity we speak about is not possible. That they need to take this problem head on, not just in the context of Central Asia, not just in the context of China or Russia, but also in the context of India, that this problem emanating from Pakistan needs to be tackled.
Ambassador Ashraf, I wanted to ask you precisely about that. You know, given the contradictions, given China, the China-Pakistan axis as well, you know, what are India's realistic expectations on that front? You know, there is this obvious alignment. There is a new color to the meetings that are taking place in Tianjin in China right now. But what are the realistic expectations given the contradictions, sir?
I'll tell you one very simple thing. If China stops putting a hold in the UNSC on listing of terrorists, they are the single source of objection on listing. You know, the message will be loud and clear. When does Pakistan actually feel emboldened when its military adventurism and terrorism against India? When its relations with United States improves and it feels a high level of comfort and security in its relations with China, assured that China will be its backer in the UN. Right? We can tackle the security dimension of it. We can inflict cost on our own. But here we are talking about disincentives for Pakistan. And for that, if China starts by simply removing hold on the listing of terrorists, that's one part of it. Second, if it sends a very clear and direct message, and I know at some stages it has done that, not because of us, but because it felt that insecurity and instability in Pakistan will have a direct impact on some of its most sensitive regions in Xinjiang, in Tibet, etc. But if China conveys that message privately, you will start seeing some effect on the ground. What we need is for them silently and quietly to start restricting that space. That's one part of it. The second is that, you know, China, I don't think will want to embarrass Pakistan publicly. It doesn't do that normally with any of its friends, because it wants to send the message that unlike the United States, which can be reliable, sort of the vicissitudes of relations with the United States are well known, that it is a steady partner. But in the private messaging, it did after, Prime Minister Benazir Bhutto's assassination, it sent a very quiet and very strong message on terrorism. So I think some of those international efforts, B, direct private messaging, and in some sense linking some of its cooperation to, not because of India, it has to say that regional stability, our collective security, regional stability, which we aspire to in SCO, can only be achieved if you start tamping down on...
Ambassador Ashraf, I'm just interrupting you because we've got a few more details which are coming in. At this juncture, it is unclear whether the Putin-Modi meet has started. That should happen in a little while from now, but we are told, and Shiv, Padmaja, I do believe this has to do because they are running late and the PM has to come back to India, that there will not be a press briefing. Instead, the Foreign Secretary, Vikram Misri, might release a video address. He did that apparently once in Canada G7, right? So where he sort of says what exactly took place. So that's just a little piece of information that we can share. But anytime now, we do expect a word of that meeting between, all right, just some breaking news. Delayed. No. I appreciate China and India's efforts to resolve the crisis in Ukraine, is what Putin has said. has what Putin has said at the SCO. I appreciate India's efforts and China's efforts. This is significant. It's not just America all the way, which is why that jigsaw that I was talking about, I might just have been a little correct in that. Putin says the crisis in Ukraine did not arise from the invasion, but as a result of a coup in Kiev with the support of Western allies. Putin hails India's efforts to stop the war. This is absolutely critical.
Yeah.
I appreciate China and India's efforts, and I should mention, because I was there last year in Kiev, the Prime Minister traveled with the National Security Advisor on a train for more than 15 hours from Poland to Kiev, right? He, the National Security Advisor, the Foreign Secretary, the Foreign Minister of India, that everybody in the administration was there to try and make peace. He then went to Moscow as well, with the message that we come here in peace. We are not here to lecture you. We are just here to urge you that we can act as a messenger, we can act as a friend, but we have one message: bring that war to an end. That's been conveyed to Putin, and Putin and the SCO just now has said, and I quote, "I appreciate China and India's efforts to resolve the crisis in Ukraine."
And just to add a few more points about what they have said about the root cause of the crisis in Ukraine, Putin also said during his speech at the meeting of the SCO Council of Heads of State, understandings reached during Alaska summit pave the way for peace in Ukraine. The root causes of the Ukrainian crisis must be eliminated. So he said very clearly, this is not about our invasion. There is a root cause, and that is what must be addressed. And India and China have played a stellar role.
He's called it a coup in Kiev with the support of Ukraine's Western allies.
Can I just go across to Ambassador Ashraf Schiff for half a second? I appreciate China and India's efforts to resolve the crisis in Ukraine, is what the Russian president has said. Is there a message here for Washington?
No, I think there is. And frankly speaking, I think if having just served in Europe, there is also a recognition of that there is one country that actually, and let's go to the pre-Trump era, if there's one country that actually they feel enjoys trust of both Russia and on the other side, Ukraine and European countries, it's India. They do see India as an honest interlocutor, not taking sides, interested in advancing peace. It's a complex issue. There is maximalist positions at the moment on both sides. So neither are we trying to sort of interject ourselves and say we are the greatest peacemakers, as some do, but we have offered our good offices. And the reality is that when it comes to the crunch, when there's actually a serious business of negotiations, because the war will not end on the battlefield, it has to end on the table, then there's one country that actually carries trust and the capacity to convey messages on both sides, and that is India. I mean, and I'm not trying to over-exaggerate the importance. This is exactly the sentiment also in Europe. And this is why, and why is this the result? Because I can tell you one thing, from 2014 onwards, Prime Minister has been very consistent in, even as our relations with the United States transformed, that he was consistent in his belief that we need to maintain the strongest relationship with our oldest and time-tested friend, Russia. Even though it didn't get the same level of attention, this relationship in public domain or in the media, but for him that has been, and that's something President Putin recognizes. It's a very strong chemistry and relationship of trust between the two leaders. And that is going to play a very important role. In the same way as I've said, that, Prime Minister has never lost sight of the fact that we need to find a way forward in solving our problems with China, and that we need to find a way in which we can work together because we can both reinforce each other's national transformation. And I think today, because of the changed environment, this is getting a lot more traction built on this. So I think what President Putin is saying is a recognition which has been also echoed by President Zelensky just a few days before in making a call to Prime Minister ahead of the SCO summit, reflects that in a very understated but in a very assured way, in a way which reflects deep trust across both sides of the divide, India is playing a role and can continue to do so in resolving this extraordinarily complex issue, which has its origins going back to 2007.
Trumpism is here to stay, but what do Putin's words right now and this upcoming bilateral do to the frictions that we currently have with the United States? Do you think they'll have any effect?
Well, I think with the United States, look, I've said this, this is like, a complex set of issues involving persons, personalities, egos,
Yeah.
communication, arrogation of benefits, structural constraints that we tend to overlook, structural limitations that we tend to overlook that have played a role in bringing us to this pass. Now, leave that aside. I think there is still a very vast constituency of support in both countries and a lot of merit in the relationship. We have excellent institutional mechanisms. We have a great deal of substance, and I think it will remain important for a national transformation. We have to take in the correct strategy. We are not joining the war of words. We have been factual. We've been correct. We have held our ground when it comes to the red lines on our sensitive sectors and our sovereign choices. Now, we'll have to wait this out and see whether, there is President Trump is often also given to negotiating with himself and then, making rapid changes. He can do that, but currently it is driven by so much self-generated anger and rage and irritation that it will take some effort on his part to calm down, and we remain open to negotiations and remain to engage. But I think that, people, I'll tell you something which I had mentioned in another context. It also depends on the president. 2014, if you remember, when Russia, and this is an anecdote I wanted to mention, when Russia invaded and annexed Crimea, we had supported Russia even then. In fact, gone a little bit further in stating that we understand Russia's legitimate security interests. President Putin had called Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh to thank him, but President Obama did not, or never raised this issue, because he understood the sensitivity of our relations with Russia. And I think he didn't want to create, to borrow a phrase from economics, a Pareto suboptimal situation, where he would create an irritant in India-US relations without in any way benefiting anything from any change in India's position with regard to Russia. So I think, that sagacity that we've seen from several presidents, where they have been able to accommodate the differences between a multipolar inclined and a strategically autonomous India versus a unipolar ambition-driven United States with neat dichotomies of friends and allies and adversaries, that they have been able to adjust. We are facing this problem for the time being, but that should not stop us from, in fact, this gives us more negotiating leverage with the United States if we continue to deepen our relations.
It does indeed, Ambassador. In fact, I wanted to bring in Jagannath Panda for his views on this. Mr. Panda, thanks very much for being with us. How do you look at Putin's mention of India and our efforts to stop the war? How significant is that in the context of a message being sent to Washington, whether directly or indirectly?
Well, that's a very significant statement. At least it acknowledges the peace effort that has India made all this while. Of course, in the background, because the conflict is between Ukraine and Russia, is between NATO and Russia. It's between the European world and Russia. So India has taken a backseat always to try to uphold peace. But Putin's statement really validates the point that India has played a subtle role, try to bring peace. And, sometimes back, Prime Minister really mentioned that it's not a time for war. And I think this will be taken very highly, if not in Washington, D.C., at least in Brussels and in the European circuit. This statement would be definitely taken in a very high order.
No, at a time, Mr. Panda, when India has been under attack for fueling the Russia-Ukraine war, where it has been said by the Trump administration that the road to peace, flows through India and flows through Delhi. Putin, who has just met Trump in Alaska, let's not forget, to actually be acknowledging this on an international forum is especially big, isn't it?
Of course, but we also have to understand and deconstruct that statement which is coming from Washington, D.C., that India is the linchpin behind the war. Actually, that's not true. If we try to see that statement, it's a psychological play.
Yeah.
They want to play India versus Russia, India versus China. And this is the West. This is the West that has for many, many years tried to divide that Eurasian alliance or the Eurasian framework that Russia, India, and China wanted to build all this while.
Well,
So we
that's
have
clearly
to
not something, sir, that's working out at all. Priyanka Deo joins us as well, tracking very much the reactions and everything else in the United States. We've seen, Priyanka, that bizarre set of reactions from Pete Navarro, using the caste system to talk about, who's allegedly benefiting from India's oil trade. How closely is Washington monitoring all of this?
Very, very closely. And the statements have drawn tremendous criticism for being casteist as they single out a specific community in a complex sort of socioeconomic scenario. So these comments have sparked backlash for conflating trade and economic issues with India's caste system, or rather misinformation about India's caste system, raising, serious diplomatic and ethical concerns over the use of sort of divisive language in international policy discourse, right? But they do symbolize that if perhaps India does not comply, perhaps what Navarro was hinting at, maybe anti-India misinformation might be spread by the US, starting an info war in addition to a tariff war. So it's really important to note here that India's decision to purchase Russian oil and to continue to do so is a matter of its own national policy. And it's driven by considerations of energy security and economic interests. So the mainstream media's portrayal of this issue, if an info war should be started, lacks a lot of nuance, but Navarro might be hinting at that.
Very, very divisive language. We're yet to get a response from the Indian side to what Navarro has said, but India has been very restrained so far. All eyes, of course, are now on Tianjin, where that bilateral between Modi and Putin is a little delayed, but it's about to start. We're hearing Aditya Rajkol is on the ground with us. Aditya, a little bit of a delay in that bilateral, but everything on track. What's the latest that you're hearing?
Well, the plenary session is over at the SCO summit. The concluding remarks have been made by Xi Jinping, the Chinese president. We can confirm that the plenary of the SCO is finally over. All the leaders have given their statements already. We heard the Indian Prime Minister clearly speak about terrorism, about connectivity, and how SCO needs to come together. At the same time, now the Prime Minister would be leaving from here, from the venue of the SCO, and meet Putin in a short while from now. He's leaving directly for that bilateral meeting that will take place between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi in a short while from now. And thereafter, we might see a statement from the Foreign Secretary, Vikram Misri. It will be a video that will be released in all likelihood, because there is not much time that is left. Remember, in the afternoon, Prime Minister has to depart back for New Delhi after a successful two-nation tour of Japan and China. But all eyes on that big bilateral shift between Modi and Putin, in which not only Trump tariffs could come under discussions, there will be India-Russia ties, defense ties, and historical ties that will be reviewed as well. And apart from that, the big question on Ukraine, what will be the message from Prime Minister? Will Prime Minister reiterate that this is the time not for war, but for peace, diplomacy, and dialogue to take place? Will he encourage Putin to
I've got
actually
breaking news coming in, and I'm just interrupting you. I've got an update from Tianjin, the highlights of the Tianjin declaration. There's a very strong stance against terrorism. The member states have strongly condemned the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April 2025. They've expressed their deepest sympathy and condolences to the families of the dead and the wounded. They further stated that perpetrators, organizers, and sponsors of such attacks must be brought to justice. The member states, while reaffirming their firm commitment to the fight against terrorism, separatism, and extremism, stress the inadmissibility of attempts to use terrorist, separatist, and extremist groups for mercenary purposes. It doesn't get stronger than this, Shiv. They recognize the leading role of sovereign states and their competent authorities in countering terrorist and extremist threats. The member states strongly condemn terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, stress that double standards in the fight against terrorism are unacceptable, call on the international community to combat terrorism, including cross-border movement of terrorists, They've recognized India's declarations, but I just want to go to that first point.
Pahalgam, the first line.
The first point, I'm repeating that 1 second. There are lots of other points equally important. A strong stance against terrorism. The member states strongly condemned the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April 2025. This is an unofficial translation of the final Tianjin declaration.
This is huge. The member states strongly condemn the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April 2025. 6 points in the Tianjin declaration, directly and explicitly echoing India's concerns on terror. This is, and I'm going to say this right off the bat before we get in even more details from that detailed statement, that this is a big success for India at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Terrorism becoming a big theme in that statement from Tianjin. This is the Tianjin declaration that we're talking about, that the member states have taken a strong stance, as Vishnu said, against terrorism. There is a full alignment, and this is being seen already, and we can confirm as a big win for India. I think the fact that Pahalgam has been mentioned, Vishnu, is the first big takeaway from this statement.
No, there's another line.
Yeah.
They further stated that perpetrators, organizers and sponsors of such attacks must be brought to justice.
In the presence of Shehbaz Sharif, by the way.
And by the way, pretty much echoing what the Prime Minister of India said earlier of hypocrisy being intolerable. They've said the member states, while reaffirming their firm commitment to the fight against terrorism, separatism and extremism, stress the inadmissibility of attempts to use terrorist, separatist and extremist groups for mercenary purposes. They recognize the leading role of sovereign states and their competent authorities in countering terrorist and extremist threats. The member states strongly condemn terrorism in all its forms and manifestations and stress that double standards in the fight against terrorism are unacceptable. The member states call on international community to combat terrorism, including cross-border movement of terrorists. And of course, India's initiatives have been recognized. But there can be no double standards. You cannot deal with the same people who are patrons and purveyors of terrorism. These 4-5 points, Vishnu and Shiv, are extremely significant. Not only has Pahalgam been explicitly named, and remember, this is something that you heard right at the outset, right here on NDTV. At the time when we had this brought up in the meeting between Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi, then what the Prime Minister of India said in his morning address, where he said that we cannot have people being allowed to get away by being patrons of terror. Double standards were called out, and now Pahalgam named.
Do we have Ambassador Ashraf with us still?
This is a
quick. Okay, we don't have.
We don't have Ambassador Ashraf, but this is a six-front splash as far as Indian foreign policy is concerned. I don't think this was something that anyone expected. We did expect that terror would be reflected in this Tianjin declaration, but for Pahalgam to be mentioned explicitly, the date of the terror attack, the joint declaration as far as strongly condemning Pahalgam, that the attack sponsors need to be brought to justice is, I'm going to go ahead and say it, there is no gray area here. We've been talking about gray areas all morning. This is black and white in the Tianjin declaration, Padmaja and Vishnu, as far as India's stand is concerned. The Prime Minister made it clear that this was an issue on which India is going to be unwavering. It is going to be non-negotiable as far as India's concerns are on the table. They've been articulated to Xi Jinping. The Prime Minister's statement, which we have also mentioned it clearly, that was the overriding theme. And here you've got the SCO statement. Can there be, Vishnu and Padmaja, can there be a greater reflection of this new alignment than the fact that this reflects in the statement?
I just want to make a couple of points over here. Firstly, on the statement and the weight of the statement itself. This comes as, these are highlights in the Tianjin Declaration. This is as strong a statement against terrorism as we've seen in any international fora. The fact that it names Pahalgam directly, fulfills in a sense India's fight for justice. But there is so much more in the statement which quite clearly indicates, and this is a snub on Pakistan in a way in which, like never before. A, mention of Pahalgam. Secondly, SCO members further stated that perpetrators, organizers and sponsors of such attacks must be brought to justice. This is a call on Pakistan to bring those responsible to justice, because there's no ambiguity on where Pahalgam came from, where it originated.
And look how illustrative these images are that are playing right now as we
timed it perfectly.
As we break this news here on NDTV First, Vishnu and Padmaja. It's incredible because it's pretty much depicting what happened. Pakistan's concerns, and I'm sure they must have had some form of objection unless China separately took them on board before this declaration was made, has been completely made irrelevant. They've been made redundant as far as this declaration is concerned. And as Ambassador Ashraf was telling us, in the context of what's happening between the two hemispheres right now, the SCO, we can't compare it with the NATO, etc., but the SCO is very important. For a Tianjin declaration to take place right now, explicitly mention Pahalgam, explicitly mention an alignment on terror, and importantly talk about bringing the perpetrators of justice to terror in the presence of Shehbaz Sharif, in my view, it doesn't get bigger than this. This is possibly the best possible outcome, Vishnu.
And also, if I may add, a message to America as well, because here it's addressed not just to people in the room and to Pakistan, but when they say that you cannot have double standards. We had Ambassador Ashraf earlier saying that America has been pretty transactional when it comes to Pakistan and their concerns vis-a-vis terrorism. When it suits them, they say, well, bad guy Pakistan. When it suits them, they're like great ally Pakistan. But that hypocrisy also is being called out here, saying, listen, it cannot be according to your convenience, and the international community is called upon by the SCO to fight this menace together. This is an international problem.
That Padmaja mentions, when you had the US Central Commander, Central Army, the Central Commander in this region actually say that, you know, Pakistan has been of great assistance to us in the fight against ISIS-K. That's great.
An awesome partner.
An awesome partner. But what about awesomeness when it comes to your biggest or one of your biggest strategic partners, India, and the fact that we've had this nightmarish situation in Pahalgam? I think there's another part of the statement which is equally important. The member states reaffirm their fight, their commitment to the fight against terrorism, separatism, extremism, and stress the inadmissibility of attempts to use terrorist, separatist, and extremist groups for mercenary purposes. They recognize the leading role of sovereign states and their competent authorities in countering terrorist and extremist threats. What does this mean? This means that what India has done in fighting terrorism, in whichever way that we've done it, is something which is justified, right? And there is pressure on states who are state sponsors of terrorism to ensure that those people on their territory who actually do that are brought to justice.
You know, Vishnu and Padmaja,
but we all know who's done it in Pakistan, as if it's not as if we can actually explain.
On NDTV, we never overstate things, but I am going to go out on a limb and say, you know, maybe we've underestimated the level of alignment that's happening at the SCO. Yeah, you know, I personally, you know, you guys, I don't know what you guys think, but I didn't expect Pahalgam to be mentioned in this joint declaration.
I thought it would be a strong statement on terrorism.
Since morning, all our guests have been, you know, advising caution, saying, look, it's not just about what's in the joint statement. We've said our piece. We've made our stand clear. Exactly. But look, here it is. Yeah. Not just terrorism, but Pahalgam by name. We were wondering about, you know, whether anyone's going to name Pakistan, but this is, nothing is left to the imagination. Everyone knows who is behind Pahalgam. India has named Pakistan very clearly earlier as well. So it's a clear message in black and white, as strident and strong as it can get.
The foreign office couldn't be happier about
this. Yeah, there's a win over here at the SCO. There's a win with China. We have to be careful. No one is taking away from the nature of the threat that we faced in the past, but there is progress in that relationship. And I would presume there'd be progress in the relationship with Russia as well, because there is that meeting with President Putin, which is expected next. That's what we have been told right now.
Guys, is there a catch in the statement anywhere? Vishnu and Padmaja are pouring through that statement. The skeptic in me is wondering whether there's an Easter egg somewhere buried in there, because this is almost too good to be true as far as India's concerns are, have to do on the table. The fact is, Pahalgam being mentioned, bringing the perpetrators being mentioned, double standards being mentioned, those who've taken different stances in the past on terror are concerned. There is a very, very strong message, as Padmaja rightly said, to the United States in this. There is a very strong message here to, to the European Union as well, which has prevaricated on Pakistani terror. But you've got China, which is Pakistan's main sponsor state, being part of this joint declaration, and that makes this perhaps the biggest multilateral statement in recent memory. Certainly in the last decade, China has its own contradictions and hypocrisies when it comes to terror, but China, the host country
message for America
of the SCO, being part of this declaration, mentioning Pahalgam and mentioning the perpetrators of terror in the presence of Shehbaz Sharif, is 100 on 100 as far as Indian foreign policy is concerned.
There's something else which America would be concerned about buried inside this statement. I quote, the member states reaffirm the universality, indivisibility, interdependence, and interrelatedness of all human rights, as well as their commitment to respect human rights and fundamental freedoms, and oppose the application of double standards in human rights issues and interference in the internal affairs of other states under the pretext of protecting them.
That's for Marco Rubio, I think.
So there is that annual statement which comes out on religious freedoms in India, etc., etc., right? It's like, stay away.
Yeah.
You know, we will deal with whatever we have to, and that's what New Delhi has said all along.
And this is a very obvious alignment for China, Russia, and India. You know, when it comes to these reports that come out from either the Pentagon or the State Department, as far as democratic institutions, protests, religious freedom, press freedom. These are annual irritations that come in. So it's interesting, Vishnu, that you should point out that that's been given place in this statement as well.
Also, the central role of the United Nations by fully implementing, I'm talking about terrorism, by fully implementing the relevant UN Security Resolution and the UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy in accordance with the UN Charter of the Principles of International Law in order to jointly combat all terrorist organizations.
Let's bring Aditya in.
China is talking about the United Nations and a global counterterrorism strategy. That's important because they've opposed us in the past in the United Nations on terrorism. Aditya, go ahead with your thoughts.
Aditya, this couldn't be a bigger headline. Pahalgam, you know, just a few hours after that question you put to the Indian Foreign Secretary, we have a confirmation now that the declaration actually mentions Pahalgam. There couldn't be a bigger outcome.
Shiv, nobody had expected this. You know, in the last 24 hours, we've been talking to a lot of diplomats, but they were mum. But it seems that there was a lot of diplomacy that was underway behind closed doors. India was very much, pushing the agenda against terrorism. India was pushing the exact terminology. And this is a game changer, really, in the relationship between India and China, because these are far-reaching consequences as well. This also comes at a time, the condemnation of cross-border terrorism and Pahalgam, when this morning at 5:30 a.m. there's been an attempt by Pakistan at cross-border terrorism, at infiltration in Jammu and Kashmir. The White Knight Corps has put out the details of the same. So the Pakistani terrorism continues. And this is also not just a major diplomatic victory for India, and perhaps when it comes to Pakistan, India's diplomatic coup, but it is an embarrassment for Pakistan. Imagine, Pakistan calls China an iron brother. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, along with a huge delegation, arrives here in Tianjin, China, but they have to face this wrath of the statement of the declaration, which clearly condemns terrorism, but gives a very detailed answer to how terrorism needs to be condemned, how countries need to stand against terrorism in all its manifestations and forms, names the Pahalgam terror attack. And everybody in the world knows that the Pahalgam terror attack was the game plan of Asim Munir and the Pakistan army. It was a conspiracy of the Pakistani deep state, and that was followed by Operation Sindhu. So it's a massive embarrassment coming in for Pakistan. I don't know how Shehbaz Sharif or his entire entourage will really, go through this or bring in some kind of a justification, because, earlier there were some claims being made that if there is condemnation of Pahalgam attack, perhaps the Jafar Express attack in Balochistan might also be mentioned. But now Pahalgam has been mentioned, the most brutal terror attack in recent times that has happened on the face of the earth. And the SCO is behind India on this. So that's clearly a game changer when it comes to also
and absolutely no balancing act, no Jafar Express attack mentioned, and more importantly, the distinction being made that it's a responsibility not just of the SCO grouping, Aditya, but every sovereign state, their entire apparatus. It is incumbent on them to ensure that the scourge of terrorism, so making that distinction that yes, you'll have that odd rogue state, but if you are a sovereign state, it is your duty to ensure that this particular issue is addressed.
That's right. Perpetrators need to be brought to justice. As simple and as hard-hitting as it gets. Certainly, earlier statements, if you go through the SCO statements or the BRICS statements, there is a minor mention of terrorism. There's a minor mention of condemnation for terrorism. But this is perhaps for the first time that a 6-pointer detailed explanation and condemnation of terrorism has come in. And that's only at the request of India. India has been pushing its measures against terrorism, particularly in the context of Pakistan-sponsored terror. Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen, world's biggest terror organizations getting safe shelter and, of course, safe haven in Pakistan. Embarrassing for Pakistan, but are they, completely, against it? They are certainly not going to react in this manner. But certainly, Pakistan is used to it. Pakistan is used to global embarrassments. I mean, just like Shiv was pointing out, this visual that was coming on the screen of Shehbaz Sharif, standing alone at the SCO platform and nobody even going to him for shaking a hand. And at the same time, Putin and Modi coming in. So it's a huge statement coming in. It has far-reaching diplomatic consequences. It is a major diplomatic victory for Indian diplomats who ensured that the right kind of terminology happened. Because I would remind you, Shiv, Padmaja, and Vishnu, that during a couple of weeks ago when Rajnath Singh was in China, there was a huge issue when Rajnath Singh actually refused to sign that declaration. Pahalgam was not mentioned. But Prime Minister Modi's diplomats and Indian diplomats ensuring that the right definition, the right terminology is there. There's global condemnation at the SCO platform for terrorism. Pahalgam is mentioned. It's a big, major victory for India.
China hasn't stopped it. In the United Nations, China has come and stopped the naming of terrorists, terrorists specifically, on a global list. China could have vetoed this in some way, shape or form, influenced the final outcome, watered it down. They've done nothing of the sort. I think that's another big win in terms of India-China.
Exactly. As I said diplomatically, Vishnu, and you've been covering it for years together, this kind of a, shift, this kind of a policy shift from China is, remarkable. It's a paradigm shift when it comes to policy. Of course, the trust deficit remains. This does not mean that everything goes back to normalcy. But this will have, as a result, changes in the kind of negotiations we will have, particularly on terrorism, particularly on security cooperation, particularly condemning cross-border terrorism. So China has made a major shift as well. China has also been on the brunt of, this kind of activities in Balochistan. There are a lot of Chinese engineers, etc., who have been killed. They've been upset with Pakistan because Pakistan hasn't been able to provide the right kind of security for the Chinese engineers and educators, etc., in Balochistan, Karachi, and other places. So they know the reality. They know how the terror functions. And this has been a huge irritant over the last many years because last time I was here in China was for the BRICS summit. At that time also, there was condemnation of Jaish-e-Mohammed, but nothing substantial really came out of the summit. So this is for the first time that a major statement comes from the SCO level condemning terrorism. China stands with India. Yesterday when Vikram Misri said that there was positive understanding from the Chinese side, perhaps we should have got a cue that Chinese are on board with India when it comes to countering terrorism, and there will be a strong statement, and that is what India has achieved.
There is a mention of, I'm so sorry I interrupted you there, but there is a mention of the Jafar Express point as well. The declaration says member states also strongly condemn the terrorist attacks on the Jafar Express in Pakistan on the 11th of March and in Khuzdar on the 21st of May 2025. What is the significance of this mention, Aditya?
So Vishnu, as I said, I had heard this before. I did not put it out there, but certainly this is kind of an equivalence being made by China as well. Just like the Americans did. They banned the TRF. At the same time, they banned the Majid Brigade of Baloch Liberation Army, even though, it's, comparing oranges and apples. In this case as well, Jafar Express attack has been condemned, but that's okay because India's position is that we are against terrorism. We do not differentiate between good terror and bad terror. Correct. That is what is the psychology of Pakistan. So we stand against terrorism. You condemn Jafar Express. That's okay. We also condemn that terrorism, but you stand against terrorism. You can't put some words out there diplomatically. And in principle, you need to. India has been very consistent in its approach against terrorism at every global forum, from United Nations to BRICS to SCO to the G20. But here, for the first time, China standing with India is unprecedented.
We've got new pictures just coming in of Prime Minister Modi and President Putin traveling in the same car, presumably towards their bilateral.
This is the Russian beast.
Yeah, this is in the beast. Are we sure this is the beast?
No, it's the Russian beast.
Vishnu probably traveled in the beast. That's why he knows. But yeah, this is Prime Minister Modi and President Putin.
Beast.
Both sort of smiling in the Russian beast. headed towards the venue for their bilateral. Aditya, talk over these pictures. The bilateral is happening at the Prime Minister's hotel, the President's hotel. Where is it happening?
It's happening, I think, at the Russian President's hotel, and that's where they are heading because there is paucity of time. The plenary session continued for a longer duration than it was planned, and that's why it seems a last-minute decision has been taken. And President Putin actually offered to Prime Minister Narendra Modi to, together visit the hotel for the bilateral, because during the time that they are in the car, they will get time to speak as well. That also speaks of the friendship and the bonhomie. In my mind comes the Alaska summit, but that was not as friendly as these visuals really are, because at that time, Putin was in the beast as well with Trump. Alaska summit did not actually end up like Trump would have wanted, but this time, another visual from another part of the world where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in fact accompanying President Putin for the bilateral, which will be beginning any moments now. We'll get those visuals also from the big bilateral, the big handshake between Putin and Modi taking place in a few minutes from now, where Ukraine crisis, and apart from that, trade tariffs and how to make India-Russia trade deals, defense partnership, and overall relationship to be taken to another level. So very, very incredible visuals of Trump, of Putin and Modi in his car coming, and anytime the bilateral should be beginning.
Again, Vasudha Venugopal for more on that, but we are joined now by General Soy and Ambassador Veena Sekhri. Ma'am, your thoughts first on this particular picture. Every single thing that we've seen since morning, all the pictures, none of them a coincidence. The smiles, the little huddle of the three leaders together. Now this of the Prime Minister traveling in the Russian President's beast. What do you make of this? Your first thoughts when you see this, the little bit of a half smile on both their faces, the whole importance of them traveling together for their bilateral. Ambassador Sekhri.
Here, I think that, first of all, as you've been discussing, the joint declaration is very remarkable, and it is absolutely a big victory for all the points that India had been asking for. I think the trilateral, the pull-aside trilateral between President Putin, President Xi Jinping, and Prime Minister Modi was very significant also. There was a very significant and determined message sent across. I must mention one, and I think right now, as you said, this bilateral between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi is going to be another important one. We will see a joint statement after that. I would like to say one point about the Tianjin declaration of the SCO summit, and that is that, we have to push very hard on the implementation. Now, there is a regional anti-terrorism structure within the SCO. It's called RATS. And that structure has before it's based in Tashkent, in Uzbekistan. That's the headquarters of RATS. And their task is to implement all these issues which are part and parcel of the SCO's work. And this is what our Prime Minister mentioned in his speech on security and on counterterrorism, against separatism and all of that. But the thing is that, like in SARC, the implementation part just falls by the wayside. SARC also had a similar counterterrorism structure. The headquarters was in or is in Sri Lanka, but nothing ever happened after the joint declaration. Now, this is what we have to push for, that when this, having got this joint declaration, we have to go ahead with the implementation. We have to say that, okay, these are the people who are responsible, these are the institutions who are responsible. All the information that we have pointing to Pakistan's culpability and involvement in the Pahalgam attack is to be brought out clearly, so that Pakistan stands shamed on the global stage. Because otherwise, what Pakistan tries to do is they live with these declarations, as we saw Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif standing there looking very shamefaced indeed. But immediately afterwards, they will bounce back and do something the exact opposite. And right now, let me tell you that 2 days from now, China is having a huge parade in Beijing on the 80th anniversary of what they are describing as the Chinese defeat of Japan in World War II. And there are only 2 countries invited for that parade, Pakistan and Nepal. So, one can imagine that I think what Shehbaz Sharif will do, I understand that at the SCO summit, he hasn't even got a meeting with President Xi Jinping. I think he's only met the Chinese Prime Minister. But certainly when he goes to Beijing, then he's going to try to make up for it and come up with statements which he thinks will show the Chinese support for Pakistan. So this is what we have to watch out for, the implementation. Unless that happens...
Just a few months ago, sorry to interrupt you, ma'am, just a few months ago, and because the contrast is so stark. A few months ago, we had an agreement which Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, refused to sign on because it made absolutely no mention of Pahalgam. And now not only has Pahalgam been named in the joint declaration, but you've also got an unequivocal condemnation and a call that its perpetrators, financiers should be brought to book. What do you think changed in the intervening months?
I think in the intervening months, I think, I would say right from the meeting between President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi in Kazan last year, the breakthrough has been coming gradually. There's been a thawing. There was a kind of the initial de-escalation at and the start of the patrolling at Dipsang and Dimchok. And then after that, when Foreign Minister Wang Yi came to India, I think that is when the consolidation of the de-escalation agreement on border management has been worked out. And building upon that, I think that the meeting between President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi, where again our Prime Minister mentioned about cross-border terrorism and related issues. So I think this has been a gradual build-up. It's very important. I think it's very significant in the context of India's strategic autonomy and in the context of India's multi-alignment. It certainly is a very good response to what we are seeing from Peter Navarro, getting more and more apoplectic in the kind of verbal warfare he's launched against India, talking now about caste and so on, which is absolutely unacceptable. So I think that this is a build-up. Now we have to continue to build upon this. And I think the pull aside between the three leaders, President Xi Jinping, President Putin and Prime Minister Modi, was very significant. I think we will be able to build upon it. Let us see what President Putin and Prime Minister Modi talk about in terms of the end to the Ukraine war. We know that President Zelensky has already telephoned Prime Minister Modi on this. So I hope that we will have something on that, pushing towards a breakthrough in the peace negotiations. And India's role in this, I think, can be significant. And I hope that there will be a definite outcome of that. But together with President Putin, if we can push for a strong implementation, if SCO can show the way to counter terror, because this is part of their original brief, counter terror, counter separatism, extremism, and point to the people who are doing exactly that. I think this will be a really, really something, a major breakthrough on the global stage, because then we can take this even to the UN, where we've always wanted to have a declaration, a convention on counterterrorism, but where even the definition of
I just want to dwell on these pictures for just a moment because they are so compelling, Padmaja and Ambassador Sikri, because, I don't want to be facetious about a serious issue. These are very, very serious meetings that have a bearing on global security and global relations. But I'm going to go ahead and say, Padmaja, that India is providing Washington with so much content today to actually look through, whether it is the hugs and the handshakes, whether it is the walks past Shehbaz Sharif, whether it is the Tianjin declaration, whether it is these pictures of Modi and Putin beaming from the backseat of the Beast.
Hope somebody doesn't wake up and say the Brahmins were riding together in the Beast.
In the Beast, right.
No, I agree. I agree.
No, Ambassador Sikri, I want to ask you specifically, how important are these images? Look, symbolism and messaging is everything. But, weeks after Trump's berating and scoldings on the India-Russia relationship, India is flexing right back. India is non-aligned. We take all relationships very seriously. We have radiated that with our conversations with both Zelensky and Putin. But this is India basically sending out a very clear message.
Absolutely right. I mean, this is it. I think this is such a reaffirmation and recognition of India's strategic autonomy in action.
Yeah.
We don't care. I mean, President Trump wants to rant and rail against India. That's fine. That's what he wants to do. But we are also going ahead with the other aspects of our foreign policy in a very seamless way, without even blinking an eyelid, as it were. So, the meeting, Wang Yi's visit to India, President Xi Jinping, Prime Minister Modi bilateral, and now this bilateral between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. This is going to be significant. And I really hope that it comes up with a very major statement. I know they will, because the indications are all there. The calmness and the satisfaction on the faces of the two leaders, President Putin and Prime Minister Modi, is a good augury for this success. And I think these images must be being followed very closely. It's late at night in the USA, but they must be following this closely, waiting, giving them sleepless
I'm
nights.
sure they have an overnight desk looking at all of these pictures in Tianjin, especially given the comments that have come out from each one of these leaders. The bilateral between Modi and Putin has begun. We have a confirmation on that. It's going to be beginning shortly. I understand it. The two leaders rode together in that car towards the bilateral. This is that picture from inside the beast. Ambassador Sikri, the India-Russia relationship is the one that can perhaps be said was most on autopilot here. There were threats to it. There were very harsh things said about it. There was a lot of lecturing coming in straight from the White House about it. But this seems to be very much on steady keel. Speaking of specifics, what are you expecting from this bilateral, ma'am?
Well, I think, again, the way India, as you exactly said, there was so much pressure on this relationship, but Prime Minister Modi held firm and he never blinked an eyelid. His visit to Russia recently for the annual summit, and now President Putin coming to India perhaps in November or December. I think this is a steady ship that has guided itself through all kinds of tumultuous happenings and, attempts to disturb it. And I think it's fully come into its own. I do expect that this meeting, bilateral meeting, will be significant because it will come up with something on Russia, on the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and on the bilaterals between India and Russia. I think, some of the additional S-400 systems that we want and others, some of the joint production that we have been looking at. I think all this is going to come up in the discussion. I think it's going to be a very substantive discussion in preparation for President Putin's bilateral visit to India for the annual summit. I do see this as one of the most important, the third leg of this SCO summit. First was the bilateral with President Xi Jinping. Second was the summit itself and the Tianjin declaration, which had very, very strong condemnation with mention of Pahalgam on terrorism and extremism. And now the third one is going to be this bilateral between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi before Prime Minister Modi implanes for India. So I think that this is going to be
both these men in the beast right now have a good reason to be looking happy and almost satisfied. The Prime Minister of India having named, in the joint statement, the mention of Pahalgam, the mention of terror, and for President Putin, the fact that you had a very clear statement made, he made a very clear statement in the SCO where he said that right now, you cannot have a Eurocentric model. He spoke about Ukraine and all of that. His statement of intent was also made very, very clear at the SCO that, look, what's happening in Ukraine is not my problem. It's NATO's problem. It's the problem with the kind of models that we have right now. So each one of them got exactly what they wanted from SCO.
Yes, and it's very true because, India also, among the multilateral FTAs that we are considering, is the one with the Russia-Eurasia group. Where they have the Central Asian republics and others in that group. So we are thinking of a FTA with them. We know that the North-South International Transport Corridor has made a lot of progress. There's a lot of commitment to it, and I think that's going to be eventually one of the most significant corridors of transportation, because right from St. Petersburg in the north, right up till Chabahar port in Iran, you're going to have a seamless multimodal transport mechanism for goods to come, and this is going to bypass all the areas, whether it is the Eastern Mediterranean, whether it is the Red Sea, etc., the Suez Canal, and it's going to actually have a very major impact on trade, and it's going to help a lot in boosting the trade, in boosting India's exports to Russia and to Central Asia, because we've always wanted to strengthen our trade with Central Asia in a substantive way, but connectivity, which our Prime Minister spoke about in his speech at the SCO summit, connectivity has always been a problem, and this international north-south transport corridor is a great boost for that. So I think that too will be discussed between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. We're just waiting for the outcome of that meeting.
All right. We also have Dr. Brahmachalani, Strategic Affairs expert, and Professor Anuradha Chenoy, former Dean and Chairperson at the Center for Russian and Central Asian Studies, joining us now. And again, to quickly recap for our viewers who are just joining us, a major, major win for India at SCO, the strongest ever statement so far in the aftermath of the Pahalgam attack and Operation Sindoor by India. at the SCO, you've had the joint statement which says, and I quote again, it has said very specifically that terrorism must be condemned. It has said strongly condemned the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. All right, we've got an update from Tianjin that the Prime Minister's meeting with President Putin is going to start very shortly. That's also the latest update here. But as far as that joint statement is concerned, member states strongly condemned the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. They've said that perpetrators, organizers and sponsors of such attack must be brought to justice. They recognize the leading role of sovereign states and their competent authorities in countering terrorist and extremist threats. They have also said that there should be a firm commitment to the fight against terrorism, separatism and extremism. It is inadmissible that anyone makes an attempt to use terrorist, separatist and extremist groups for mercenary purposes. So all of that made absolutely clear. Professor Brahmachalani, have you ever seen in recent memory a statement this strong, and especially where Pahalgam has been named and condemned?
I'm sorry to point out that the statement that has come out from the SCO summit, the declaration, mirrors the language of the UN General Assembly resolution after Pahalgam. The G7 also has condemned the Pahalgam massacre in fairly similar language. In fact, the language on terrorism echoes the international consensus. There is no reference to cross-border terrorism. There was a reference to cross-border terrorism in the Modi-Trump joint statement that came out from Modi's White House visit in February. So I would temper this assessment that this breaks new ground. No, Pakistan has not been named, nor has Pakistan been implicitly criticized or attacked.
Dr. Chilani, give me 1 second. There is mention of cross-border terrorism. The member states strongly condemn terrorism in all forms and manifestations, stress that double standards in the fight against terrorism are unacceptable. They call on the international community to combat terrorism, including cross-border movement of terrorists. So that there is a mention of that. And while Pakistan, quite rightly you mentioned, hasn't been named, they've mentioned Pahalgam, and they've said that those states as authorities are from where terrorism takes place, it's incumbent on them to bring these terrorists or their handlers to justice. I think that's quite significant. The leading role of sovereign states and their competent authorities in countering terrorist and extremist threats.
Yeah. Well, I agree, Vishnu, that it's significant, but it's not breaking new ground. It's not new language that has not been used in the recent past after Pahalgam. The UN General Assembly resolution was pretty strong, and even the G7 statement was pretty forthright. And in terms of countering terrorism, the language clearly echoes the international consensus that there should be no leeway given, no room given to extremists and terrorists by any state. And as far as the Pahalgam massacre is concerned, there have been several statements at multilateral forums calling for the perpetrators of the Pahalgam massacre to be brought to justice. It's like the Mumbai attacks, like it's been become routine now to talk about the Mumbai massacre and call for the perpetrators to be brought to book. But we know years later, the perpetrators of the Mumbai massacre are still roaming freely.
But Dr. Chilani, what about China? China, and correct me if I'm wrong, hasn't ever signed on to a declaration as strong as this.
Also on June the 26th, Pahalgam was left out of a statement during the defense ministers' meet at the SCO. Rajnath Singh had a divergence over that, refused to sign that statement. So in the 2 months since that time, Pahalgam figures in this comment, in this statement, in this joint declaration.
You're absolutely right, Shiv. In fact, I was about to talk about China's agreement to this declaration. That is very important. First, the public messaging from Prime Minister Modi, the statement that he made from Chinese soil, that was very significant. And for China now to relent, because after Pahalgam massacre, it tried to obscure the entire thing. It condemned it in general terms. It tried to shield Pakistan, and its reaction to the Pahalgam massacre stood in stark contrast to its forthright condemnation when there was this terrorist attack on a Moscow concert hall in March 2024, in which more than 150 people were massacred. And China was quick to condemn the attack and to use strong language on that attack. But when Pahalgam happened, it took its time to react, and reacted very carefully, cautiously, in a way that it was not implicitly criticizing Pakistan. So today, allowing the reference to Pahalgam in the joint declaration clearly is a concession by China, and it's clear that the Xi Jinping-Modi meeting has softened China's stance on this issue. So clearly, this is some progress, but the bigger issue is, will China now stop shielding Pakistan?
Yeah.
Because it's been aiding and abetting Pakistan's cross-border terrorism against India for many years. It's not just that China has been blocking UN designation of Pakistan-based terrorist organizations and individuals as global terrorists. It's also been aiding and abetting Pakistan's export of terrorism to India. The issue is, will there be a change in China's attitude toward Pakistan's sponsorship of cross-border terrorism? Because that's what matters. It's not declarations that matter at the end of the day. Even if we accept that the declaration breaks new ground, what matters is whether China will stop aiding and abetting Pakistan's terrorism against India.
Okay, let's take that question to Professor Anuradha Chenoy. The declaration is strong, but is implementation going to be much, much harder than extracting such kind of a declaration?
Yeah, well, look, I think the declaration is strong. I think India has made a point. It has it's gone several steps ahead than in the past in this declaration, especially at a SCO meeting, where both China, Russia is present, and the Pakistanis were present, and very often they've, tried to bypass and try to also accommodate Pakistani views, but this time they have not. So I think it's a step forward, definitely. Of course, behavior matters, but it's evident that China wants to have some reset. The process of resetting relations with India has been initiated. And in that, India is standing firm on two issues that, yes, we would like more development, maybe a SCO bank, which Xi Jinping mentioned. However, their two positions on cross-border terrorism and on the continued process of border de-escalation with China, they stand firm and they will not bend on that. So China will have to accommodate this. And with that, I think the bilateral relations between the two would also proceed. But there is a process. It's not going to happen at one stroke. But I think that process, it seems, at least symbolically, and it signifies in the statement, that process is on even keel. That's my understanding.
So the words have been said, the commitments have been made, the declaration is on the table now. It's a question of actions right now. And I think what Dr. Chelani said is also correct, that some of these sentiments have been echoed before, but ultimately there is this track record of China and Pakistan, and it needs to be seen how this statement actually reflects on the ground. Professor Chenoy, do you believe that this special alignment at the SCO, it is, I think we can all agree, it is no ordinary alignment. The geopolitical circumstances under which they are taking place, give them a special sort of depth that perhaps would not have been there if the last 2 months, did not happen the way they actually played out from Trump's side. So given that, do you think that more can be expected from China's side, and these are not just words in a declaration?
I think so, because there is a different conjuncture now of international situation where, Mr. Trump, on the one hand, he's putting pressure on Russia, China, and India, a lot on India, which is very unusual since the last 25 years. And Russia and China have seen that. So this moment is right for them to, have a closer relation. There's no problem with Russia, but with China for sure. And also the fact is that Mr. Trump and the US want to re-enter South Asia. They have hyphenated India and Pakistan. And China is also giving a message to Pakistan that, you're going to be part of a US anti-terrorism grouping again. US is seeking to have relations with the Pakistan army. And I don't think China likes that very much, even though Pakistan is trying to balance the two. So China is giving a message to Pakistan also. But of course, the behavior in the next few years will unfold and it will matter. Sure. But this is a step forward, and there is a conjuncture, and there is a possibility where Russia's dream of a Russia-India-China kind of forum, or at least closer engagement, there is a possibility for that. They've been trying this since 1998, and it hasn't really worked because of the India-China differences. But I think earlier, as Veena Sikri said, that 10 consensus points which came out when Wang Yi came, the framework is very unusual and very important. In that also, these steps are of de-escalation, sharing of hydrological information, etc., came out. So I think you have to see it holistically, and things seem to be changing and moving. We're not in the same kind of status quo as we were
Professor Chelani, just give me 1
pre-August
second. I want to go back to
2025.
Dr. Chelani. Just keep the strike rotating. Where does this leave Washington, Dr. Chelani, given the fact that besides everything else we've discussed, here you've had Vladimir Putin in his SCO speech thanking Prime Minister Modi and India, along with China, for their role in trying to bring an end to the Ukraine war. Whenever you told Americans or American commentators that, New Delhi has also had a bit of a role, we've had our Prime Minister go across to Ukraine, etc., they sort of pushed it aside, saying, India is not a serious player. And of late, we've seen all of these statements about how Russia-Ukraine is India's war. In that context, with Putin saying, thank you for trying to bring an end to this war, what message does it send Washington?
There's a double irony here, Vishnu. The first irony is that the US, which has long quoted India as a vital counterweight to China in the Indo-Pacific region, is now treating India more harshly than China. India faces sky-high tariffs, while China has been given a reprieve by Trump. The second irony is that, as the Alaska summit showed, Trump is seeking to peel Russia away from China. He's seeking to break the Sino-Russian de facto alliance against the US. So he's wooing Putin. He wants to break this unholy Sino-Russian alliance against the US. And the problem here is that while Trump recognizes that punishing Russia drove Russia closer to China, he is now repeating that very mistake with India. By declaring virtually economic war on India, he's accelerating India's effort to mend ties with Beijing. And the irony here is that at a time when the US needs India even more as a counterbalancing force in the Indo-Pacific, he's doing the opposite. While wooing Moscow, he's pushing New Delhi closer to Beijing. And I think, and the other part of it actually is how Trump's own India policy has dramatically changed. In the first term, that was the best period for US-India relations. India-US relations flourished in Trump's first term like they had never before. he gave India pride of place in his Indo-Pacific strategy.
All right, sir, I'm interrupting you for a second because we've got this video which has come in of what happened just a few minutes back of Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi sitting in the car. I think this is Putin's car, and the meeting is taking place apparently in Putin's hotel. So that's it. That is interesting. I believe this is the vehicle that President Putin. It's a Russian vehicle. Travels in. He often carries that outside with him. But I do now believe that these talks are likely taking place. That important bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin in Tianjin. Shortly after this, we'll expect a statement from the External Affairs Ministry, perhaps not a press conference, before the Prime Minister rushes back. At this stage, it appears that he might be a bit late in his departure because the overall SCO process has gone on a bit longer than expected. But do expect major positive outcomes to actually come out of the meeting with President Putin. You know, Shiv, earlier today, when we started anchoring this with Padmaja hours and hours ago, our expectation was on what might emerge with the Putin-Modi meet. In fact, it's changed completely to what's happened in the SCO. We never really thought that SCO would result in such a strong statement, which it has.
The SCO wasn't meant to be headline number one of the day. Of course, we have to leave some space for the Modi-Putin bilateral that's about to begin. We've got this very excited Russian journalist showing us the beast. I'd be just as excited as him, I'm guessing, if I was standing there right next to the beast as Modi and Putin enter that incredible vehicle to make their way to the bilateral venue. And I understand it's about to begin, but you're right, I completely agree. Who would have thought that the SCO joint statement was going to be as strong as it is, as significant as it is? Wasn't expected. Let's be honest. I think all indications were that even though there is this special coming together and consensus between these three leaders and these three countries, that make up an overwhelming part of the SCO, it wasn't going to be this strong. But the Modi-Putin bilateral is also, in my view, going to throw up something quite big, because you've had the Zelensky phone call with Prime Minister Modi on Saturday. You've got Putin in his comments today. Vishnu and Padmaja say that he appreciates India's efforts as far as the Ukraine war are concerned. And now you've got, on the back of all this bonhomie, the ride in the beast towards the bilateral venue, and then that very important meeting. I don't know how long it's going to go on for, but it's going to be a while. So while we wait for a confirmation on that bilateral starting, let's just listen into some of the important things that have been said today.
अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल-कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई। इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा। यह हमला केवल भारत की अंतरात्मा पर ही आघात नहीं, यह मानवता में विश्वास रखने वाले हर देश, हर व्यक्ति को खुली चुनौती थी। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे। हमें मिलकर आतंकवाद का हर रंग में, हर रूप में विरोध करना होगा। ये मानवता के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। SCO, S सिक्योरिटी, C कनेक्टिविटी, O अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ S यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल-कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया।
Well, joining us now, a very special guest, Berzin Wagmar is with the School of Oriental and African Studies, SOAS in London. Thanks very much for being with us. How do you see this bonhomie in Tianjin translating into a potential reaction from Washington? Professor Wagmar, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. Trump has gone and quite frankly dissipated and destroyed what has been a carefully garnered quarter-century relationship between New Delhi and Washington. There's no denying that, but then that's due to the man's capricity and his erraticity, which may just change for the better. Can I come in as a historian, Vishnu, and also say that this is an unfortunate blimp, but you have to look at a 79-year relationship between New Delhi and DC and not think everything has been thrown to the winds. That's point number one. Point number two, Mr. Modi has arrived in Beijing not with many cards in his hand. He has arrived with a reduced majority after the third election, which Peking watchers would only know too well. They will also perceive, along with Putin, as having seen him being humiliated by the West, not Washington, with the tariffs in recent times. There's also Iran in the room, besides Russia, in this anti-Western forum. And also, last time I checked, Xi Jinping never traveled to New Delhi for the G20 summit in September, but Modi made it to Tianjin. So the dynamics of that ought not be lost on those of you who are pretty much in the news industry, looking at images and analyzing every move as such. Then there is the question of this crumb of comfort, which has been given to India by mentioning Pahalgam, given that at the Qingdao Defense Ministers Summit in July, there was no mention, and India took an adamant step of not signing that final communique. So this is just a crumb of comfort thrown. what are the ground realities that post Galwan, 2,000 square kilometers has been captured by China, and the so-called patrolling points which were established between both governments have seen Indian troops locked in within their own patrolling area within the Indian side of the border, and they're not, let me finish please.
Not true.
And they've not been able to do anything about it.
Professor Wagmar, while I totally understand your point about the challenges that India has faced on the line of actual control between India and China, I've reported every aspect of that story with imagery. There is a certain amount of prudence associated with recognizing that India is not going to win a conventional war against China tomorrow, that trade is important, that it is an important trading partner irrespective of the state of the relationship, whatever it was. And therefore, while India seeks to stabilize the boundary, perhaps it's time to move ahead. Galwan was several years back. Would that not indicate a leadership or a government which is trying to sort of figure out a situation in an international order in deep churn, as opposed to a government which is in denial, allegedly, about what happened in Galwan? I don't think that's the case.
No, moving ahead is no problem at all. I don't wish to be an overt cynic as such, but I'm simply pointing out that there are insurmountable obstacles, and with the passage of time, the Sino-Indian problem we've seen so many rapprochements come and go, and I'm past 50 now, so I wonder how much more will be during my lifetime. I certainly hope I'm proven wrong on that. Then there was the question of trade that you just brought up. The deficit is widened to $99.2 billion. There was a mention of trade with the North-South corridor. And that also, which was mooted in 2000, and this is 2025, Vishnu, it has only seen 2 dry freight runs between Bombay, Nhava Sheva, and St. Petersburg. Nothing much has come of that. And there was just one. Come of that.
Yeah.
And nothing, and I hope something kickstarts with the Madras-Vladivostok Sea Corridor, which did see 1 run recently a few months ago. So there's something to be said for that too. Incidentally, Rosneft, which is nothing but an arm of the Kremlin, wishes to divest from Nayara Energies in Gujarat.
Okay.
Because quite frankly, the Russians are awash in rupees and they don't know how to spend them. That also needs to be factored in.
Yes, so there are plenty of challenges, but incrementally, the hope is that these challenges will be addressed. However, so far, what we've seen since morning is plenty of messaging. What do those images tell us? And this is before the India-Russia bilateral even begins. What are those images, Shiv, and what is the message? Over to you, Shiv.
Okay, let's just take you through the big messages that have come out from perhaps the most important image of the day today. The 3 leaders, Putin, Modi, and Xi Jinping, they've met. That's the most shared image from Tianjin today. So I want to quickly just decode for our viewers what we think, we at NDTV think these images actually mean. There is an unprecedented alignment among India, Russia and China, RIC as it is being called, which is undeniable. But apart from that, let's move to the next one. There is common cause against US hegemony. This is not being said in words, but that does appear to be the message because there is a special quality to this common cause. Let's keep moving. Let's move to the next point. Trump has triggered leaders of half the world's population. These 3 leaders standing together, a conversation which we cannot hear, is an important one. And therefore, what Trump is going to take from it, and we're all waiting to see what that reply is going to be important. Trump has forced India, China to manage their contradictions. We just heard a guest talk about those obvious contradictions and rapprochements in the past. Is it going to be different this time? Indications suggest so. India signals non-alignment is non-negotiable, despite an atmosphere of lecturing, hectoring, hostility, belligerence from the United States. In just the last few weeks, India has emphasized its autonomy, emphasized independence of foreign policy, and emphasized non-alignment being completely non-negotiable. So those are my big takeaways from the images of these 3 big leaders.
Even as you're talking about the messaging being done by India, Shiv, Vishnu, and I would like you to come in on this. The US Embassy in India has just tweeted the partnership between India and United States continues to reach new heights a defining relationship of the 21st century. This month, we are spotlighting people, progress, and possibilities. Are we reading too much into the timing and the messaging?
I think that's an important statement.
And just before the bilateral between India and Russia.
I think there is an effort in America to fix what Navarro is doing, ruining the relationship. 48 or 72 hours back, there was an American warship in Chennai. They were working, with an Indian submarine over there, in the dock at least. That strategic relationship continues. You cannot switch it on and off like that. There's been far too much work in it. If you've got that statement from the US Embassy, I think that's significant, because at a time when there has been a sense that America is willing to throw aside the relationship, you've had these hopeless references being made by Peter Navarro, including that Brahmin reference today, utterly unnecessary.
But is it fair to blame only him? He's not the only one. It's not like President Trump has...
to the US government.
And also the US President himself has not been doing his country any favors.
My limited point, Padmaja, is that I think there's an effort to fix it, to try and stabilize it, to come to grips with the fact that this is going deeply south in terms of America's interests as well, and perhaps try and stabilize the scenario, as it were, before there can be some sort of change. It's an issue of trust which was built up. That's gone down the tubes. When it comes back is a larger issue. But I do see that as a significant...
Professor Chinoy, do you think that there is a little, even if belated, effort at trying to mend the damage? And are the noises coming out of SCO responsible for that? Is America now waking up that all the other countries are not the pushovers they had imagined? Ma'am, sorry, I think you're muted.
In the US, there are different factions. There is the one with Trump, which is, putting pressure on India. They believe they've downgraded India strategically. They've hyphenated Pakistan and India all to the chagrin of India. India doesn't like these kind of insults and said it's a dead economy and a series of others. But there is a faction led by others which are critical of what Trump has done. And they've said that India has been a partner for, and we've built this relationship for the past 25 years. Before that, again, there were issues. It's not, that India-US relations have also always been wonderful in the last even 50 years. This is the recent development is just 25 years. So there is a faction which is putting pressure. The deep state is obviously in the US divided on this. But they can see that in this conjuncture, it is a bit late, where India is going to diversify their relations in a much bigger way. Earlier, they were being very restrained within the BRICS, within the SCO, about criticizing US unilateralism. But now that they've felt this stick, they are also leveraging their positions and their relations with Russia and China. In that, everyone has their own agendas, of course. Russia has for a long time, since 1998, spoken of the Russia, India, China, the RIC, which you're mentioning, but it didn't take off precisely because of the India-China issues, which are there and have not all been resolved, though there have been significant steps in this last two or 3 months, where the 24th meeting of the special representatives, the 10-point consensus framework, and similarly, the relations between Russia and India are moving even
Professor Chinoy,
one
I'm just
step
interrupting
further.
you now because we need to take a short break. But what we'd like to do now is to bring you video and images, because there's so much in the imagery today of defining moments at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization session today, the meet. Let's take a look. Over there, Prime Minister Modi, along with Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin over there, Bonhomie over there, this image of Putin with Modi, that also. And here you can see Shahbaz Sharif, the Pakistani Prime Minister, entirely ignored on a day in which there's been this very strong statement against terrorism. Again, more imagery of Putin and Modi walking hand in hand. This gesture of peace would be seen all over the world. Then Modi in Putin's vehicle, there's a bilateral talk which is supposed to take place. It may have started already, not entirely sure. But those are some of the defining moments at this SCO session, perhaps the big highlight of which was this very, very firm, very, very strong statement against terrorism with direct mention of Pahalgam. That is of enormous significance to India. All right, well, we're going to take a short break at this stage, and we're going to come back with the very latest on what's happening in Tianjin. Non-stop coverage on NDTV with our team on the ground, Gauri Dwivedi and Aditya Rajkol, along with Shiv, Padmaja, and me, Vishnu Shom, over here in the studio. Time for this short break, and when we come back, we'll try and track what's happening in that important meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Will there be updates? There will be soon, because the Prime Minister, in just a couple of hours from now, is scheduled to leave to return home.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसा हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
When we say we're standing on a piece of history, I really mean it. We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. She's called INS Udaygiri. And the reason why this is a piece of history is because for the first time, the Indian Navy isn't just inducting this particular ship, but 2 ships of this kind. For the first time ever, 2 big warships are being commissioned into service together. Now, if that isn't history, what is? The Indian Navy, an incredible service, a navy that is respected the world over, welcomes these 2 beautiful ships into service today. And we are so honored, Vishnu and I. How lucky are we to have the commanding officers of both those ships standing with us here today? That's right, on Control All Defense, Captain Robin Chakravarti of INS Himgiri and Captain Vikas Sood of INS Udaygiri, the 2 newest warships, the pinnacle of warship construction. Incredibly proud day, Vishnu.
No, I remember, about 25 odd years back, Shiv, I was lucky enough to get on INS Delhi. And she was a stunning warship, still is. But you see that evolution over the decades to something like this, and to think that this design is entirely Indian, it's been built to an Indian requirement. First up, gentlemen, and Commodore, let me ask you first. You must be incredibly proud about this commissioning command. Tell us what that feels like for you.
We're standing on your ship right now.
Yes, so it's an amazing feeling, I would say, because commissioning is like first of its kind. You set the traditions, you set the tone for the next 30 to 40 years of commission time. So it's a great honor that is bestowed on you by the Indian Navy, and a great responsibility that you have to thereafter deliver. And the most special thing that is there is that you are like a father to the entire crew of 250 men under you, whom thereafter you would be leading for the commissioning ceremony, followed by the time of operationals operations ahead. So it's indeed a great feeling, an honor and a proud privilege to be bestowed this opportunity.
Captain Chakravarti, not one but two warships. That's amazing. You know, Vishnu and I through our careers, have been to many commissionings. Vishnu a few more than me because he's slightly older than me.
He wants to rub that in. But that's just a side dig. Carry on with the...
Yeah, but two ships is incredible. I mean, that's, tell us why that is so significant. You know, the Indian Navy with its huge expanding responsibilities is hungry for more ships. So getting two ships at the same time is a bonus, isn't it, sir?
Yeah, of course. Like you said it yourself, the responsibilities are increasing. Indian Ocean is where the action is happening, and Indian Ocean is going to be the future playground for all the, not just the navies, the nations around the world. And Indian Navy, as the preferred security partner, is very active in this area. Given the responsibility and the large area that is, the number of assets is required. And that's the reason we are getting these warships. They're not just numbers, it's not just the quantity, it's the quality of these warships also, because they have high speed and they have got very large endurance and they can stay out at sea for long times. The frigates are very versatile ships to be. And so these two warships are going to add a punch, not just to the Eastern Naval Command, in particular, of course, Eastern Naval Command, but to the Indian Navy in general.
The biggest Modi visit in 7 years.
So the big breaking news coming in from Tianjin, meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin has begun. The bilateral, which the entire world is going to be looking at. The pictures before this bilateral, the importance of those not lost on anyone, the fact that there have been warm hugs, handshakes, clasping of hands, and then, of course, both the leaders riding together for the bilateral venue. Vishnu.
So that meeting has started, as Padmaja just mentioned now. It should go on for a little while. These would largely be prepared positions on both sides. There isn't much to disagree on between India and Russia. Will there be any major announcements, for example, defense deals? Will there be some statements on the import of oil? I think very significantly, just ahead of this meeting actually starting, there's been this fascinating tweet which has actually come in from the US Embassy. You heard me right, the US Embassy, where they are calling for they're talking up the relationship between India and the United States. This at a time when Peter Navarro, the advisor to President Trump, has been making all sorts of references in Washington to Brahmins and oil import, deeply problematic statements going on and on about calling India a laundromat for Russian oil. Things which would be unacceptable for India. But here you've got the Indian embassy, the US embassy rather, in New Delhi, talking up the relationship and saying that, whether it's defense, whether it's other areas, it is a relationship to really look up to. The timing of this not lost on anyone. Padmaja?
Absolutely. In fact, this meeting is going to be key. This was supposed to be the centerpiece, the bilateral that Prime Minister Modi holds with Chinese President Xi Jinping. By all accounts, was quite a success, given that there was explicit statement made on cross-border terror, that action must be taken against it, on the fact that there needs to be peace on the border, on the fact that the trade gap between India and China needs to be shrunk. So all of that happened when the bilateral between Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi happened. And now you've got this other big meeting. I think these are live images that we are getting of both of the leaders. All right, it's been a while now because we already have new images as well. Maybe we could play those out. There are fresh pictures which have come in of both the leaders heading into the venue for the bilaterals. We'll try and get Gauri Dwivedi and Aditya Raj call on this as well. But unmistakable messaging is that we are on the same plane. Remember, and everyone needs to keep in mind that what does America want at this point? It wants to push India to the wall. Any sign of nervousness, there's absolutely nothing that is betrayed in the pictures that we've seen so far, Vishnu. This is not a country which is, supposedly under siege from America. This is a self-assured country which is going to hold talks on its own terms. Vishnu.
Yeah, and again, I just want to refer briefly. All right, we've got these pictures coming up of Prime Minister Modi in the hotel of President Putin. They got off Putin's vehicle, and so these bilateral talks presumably have started. In fact, they have just a little while back. These are the first images coming in of the two leaders entering the hotel. And I should mention, because the timing of this is not lost to anyone, the US Embassy in Delhi has now issued a statement. The partnership between the United States and India continues to reach new heights, a defining relationship of the 21st century. This month, we're spotlighting the people, progress, and possibilities driving us forward from innovation and entrepreneurship to defense and bilateral ties. It's the enduring friendship between our two peoples that fuels this journey. Follow the hashtag and be a part of. So they've got a hashtag out as well.
Very kind words, coming as it does from America for a dead economy.
Day when Peter Navarro, said all of this, I do believe this is an important statement because there must be recognition at some level in the US Foreign Office.
Well, better late than never, because all this while you've told us that,
stabilized.
And since we're speaking
Navarro needs to stop talking.
Yes, and a few others as well in the Trump administration, including perhaps the US president, who, remember, has called us a dead economy. He said that both of us, Russia and India, can take our respective dead economies down together. But here, look at these two leaders. Look at their body language. And this is pretty much an echo, a reflection of what we've seen through the morning as well. There have been, and this has to be premeditated, right, Vishnu? I mean, this has to be calculated, that you want to show that you are not dragging us down. If you think that you are going to constantly berate, bully, or almost gaslight, because like we said, it's not been Peter Navarro only, it's been the US president himself. You've got Senator Lindsey Graham, who 2 days ago said that, every time there is news of casualties in Ukraine, he will put out a tweet saying 17 people have been killed. I hope India is feeling good. Why will India feel good? If anything, 3 days after that, you had, Vladimir Zelensky calling up India and saying, we know that you want peace, and we know that you will have a very important part to play in ensuring that peace is eventually brought about. And here are both of those leaders on your screens right now.
And guess what? They're going to be talking extensively about Ukraine. Just a couple of hours earlier, not too many hours, an hour or so, in his address to the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, President Putin actually thanked India and also thanked China for trying to bring an end to the war, or in between Russia and Ukraine, calling for an end to the war. So again, that's a signal to Washington. Mr. Trump, you may be interested in bringing an end to the war, but you aren't the only person. There are others who've actually had a significant role as well. And do expect entirely, given the fact that Volodymyr Zelensky did speak to Prime Minister Modi, I believe on Saturday, that conversation would also likely come up. So I do expect there to be some references to this part of the relationship, the Ukraine situation, the war over there, which India wants to put an end to, as indeed pretty much all of the world. Will Vladimir Putin accept India or continue to see India as a serious player in this? We can also expect to see statements on the continued import of Russian oil. India shows absolutely no signs of bringing an end to that. More footage now coming in of earlier on today of Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi. They walked into the SCO summit meeting together, but that was earlier. This is the bilateral. This is the bilateral which is taking place. The Russian Foreign Minister, Mr. Lavrov, sitting right next to President Putin. Do we have sound? Let's listen in.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, साथियों, आपसे मिलकर हमें बड़ी खुशी हो रही है।
Символично, что оно проходит на полях саммита ШОС.
ये बहुत प्रतिमात्मक है कि वो SCO शिखर सम्मेलन से इतर हो रही है।
Организации, которая позволяет объединять усилия глав государств глобального Юга и Востока.
ये एक संगठन है जो ग्लोबल साउथ और ईस्ट के देशों के नेताओं को प्रयास मिलाने को एक मंच प्रदान करता है।
Усилия по созданию в Евразии архитектуры равной и неделимой безопасности.
यूरेशिया में समान और अविभाज्य सिक्योरिटी ढांचे को बनाने के लिए प्रयासों के लिए एक मंच प्रदान करता है।
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, 21 декабря исполняется 15 лет со дня принятия совместного заявления, в котором отмечен выход наших отношений на уровень особого привилегированного стратегического партнерства.
महामहिम प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, 21 दिसंबर को 15 साल पूरे हो जाएंगे जब से एक संयुक्त वक्तव्य पर हस्ताक्षर किए गए थे, जिसमें हमारे स्पेशल प्रिविलेज्ड पार्टनरशिप पर के स्तर हम पहुँचे। 15 साल हो गए।
И можно уверенно констатировать, что многоплановые российско-индийские связи активно развиваются на этих принципах.
और हम ये सच्चाई से बता सकते हैं कि हमारे रिश्ते इस सिद्धांतों पर बढ़ते हैं।
Налажено многоуровневое взаимодействие.
हमारे बीच बहुत बहुमुखी सहयोग चालू है।
Торгово-экономическая кооперация в целом демонстрирует положительную динамику.
व्यापार में सकारात्मक गतिशीलता देखने को मिलती है।
Развивается туристический обмен.
पर्यटकों का आदान-प्रदान विकसित हो रहा है।
Мы тесно координируем наши усилия на международной арене.
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पर हम हमारे प्रयासों को समन्वय से करते हैं।
Это ООН, БРИКС, Группа 20 и, разумеется, ШОС.
UN, BRICS, SCO जरूर इन संगठनों में से शामिल हैं।
И сегодня хорошая возможность обсудить основные задачи дальнейшего развития многопланового двустороннего сотрудничества в различных областях.
और आज की मुलाकात से हमारे रिश्तों को आगे बढ़ाने पर रास्तों पर बातचीत करने का एक बहुत अच्छा मौका मिलता है।
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, Россия и Индия поддерживают десятилетиями особые отношения, дружеские, доверительные. Это фундамент для развития наших отношений в будущем.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, रूस और भारत के बीच बहुत विश्वसनीय रिश्ते बने हुए हैं। इस सिद्धांतों पर वे विकसित हो रहे हैं।
И эти отношения носят абсолютно внепартийный характер, поддерживаются подавляющим большинством народов наших стран.
और ये किसी से पार्टी या राजनीति पर आधारित नहीं है। लोग, हमारे दो देशों के लोग इस रिश्तों का समर्थन करते हैं।
Спасибо.
धन्यवाद।
आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी हो रही है और मैं हमेशा अनुभव करता हूँ कि आपको मिलना मतलब एक यादगार मीटिंग भी होती है, बहुत सी चीज़ों की जानकारियों का आदान प्रदान करने का अवसर मिलता है।
Ваше превосходительство, дорогой друг, очень рад вас видеть. И каждый раз, когда я с вами встречаюсь, у меня бывают особые чувства и ощущения, и это дает нам возможность регулярно обмениваться мнениями по разным вопросам.
हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं। दोनों पक्षों के बीच नियमित रूप से कई उच्च स्तरीय बैठकें भी हुई है। इस वर्ष दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकतापूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
Мы постоянно находимся в контакте, проводятся регулярные встречи на высоком уровне между двумя странами. В декабре текущего года 1 миллиард и 400 миллионов индийцев с нетерпением вас ждут в Индии для нашего 23-го по счету ежегодного саммита между нашими странами.
एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारे स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है। कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं। हमारा करीबी सहयोग न केवल दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए बल्कि वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है।
Уважаемый господин президент, это свидетельствует о том, насколько глубоким и всеобъемлющим является наше особо привилегированное и стратегическое партнерство. Даже при самых тяжелых обстоятельствах Индия и Россия всегда шли вперед, плечом к плечу. Наше тесное сотрудничество имеет значение не только для народов наших двух стран, но и для обеспечения глобального мира, стабильности и процветания.
एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं। हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे, संघर्ष को जल्द से जल्द खत्म करने और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा। ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है। एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर आपका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
Уважаемый господин президент, по теме продолжающегося конфликта на Украине мы регулярно обмениваемся мнениями. Мы приветствуем все недавно предложенные усилия для установления мира и надеемся, что все стороны будут подходить к этому вопросу конструктивно. Необходимо искать пути для скорейшего завершения конфликта и установления мира. Это и есть призыв всего человечества. Ваше превосходительство, дорогой друг, еще раз большое спасибо. Очень рад вас видеть. Спасибо.
धन्यवाद.
В Евразии архитектура равной и неделимой безопасности.
And that's the big bilateral meet beginning between Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin in Tianjin in China. This is that photo op moment that we had been waiting for. Both Putin and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi starting with their opening remarks there before the bilateral meeting. A very significant, important meeting coming at a time when the US has tried to double down on India with their tariffs. But you can see clearly with the opening statements by the two big leaders that the friendship is intact, their strategic ties will remain intact, and these are two partners, traditional allies who go back decades. You're watching Breaking Ground with me, Vedika. This is our top story all day today. The SCO meet, the bilaterals that are happening, and the significance and symbolism of it all. But before we go ahead and introduce our guest and reporter, let's just go through what message both Vladimir Putin and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi are trying to send out, not only to their countries, but to the world. Firstly, of course, this comes at a time when the US tariffs have hit India 2 times over. It's 50% now, as you know. They're showing the warmth despite what is happening around them. Along with that, the bonhomie, of course, disregards what US Donald Trump has been saying along with his team, be it Navarro, be it the others. We're going to put out some graphics for you now to also tell you what this really means for India and for Putin. This also shows that this relationship really is bulletproof between the two countries. India has displayed that it made the right call, putting its trust in Russia. Remember, US remains unpredictable at this point in time, given all that has been happening, all the rhetoric that has been coming from the two nations. And while the US tried to meddle with Indo-Russia ties, the display of unity is for all to see, especially the US President Donald Trump. Aditya now joins me live from Tianjin. He's been following all the details, updates he's been sending us from there. Also, we will be joined live by Dr. Andreas Umlund, Analyst, Stockholm Center for Eastern European Studies in the Swedish Institute of International Affairs. Aditya, this is one moment. It was all building up to unexpected moment, really, Aditya, when we saw the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well as the Russian President in that car, the ride really to the venue, and now the opening statements have happened. What's on the agenda? They've made it clear that they're traditional allies. They have very close ties, but come down to business now. What are we expecting in the next 40-45 minutes between the two leaders and their teams?
Well, Vedika, quite incredible visuals, isn't it? Nobody had expected Putin and Modi to ride in the same vehicle because there was paucity of time. And that's why Putin suggested that Modi accompany him in his own car to the bilateral hotel. And that's where the bilateral has just begun. We heard the opening remarks by both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and, of course, the Russian President Putin. This comes at a time when 36 hours ago, Zelensky made a phone call to Modi asking him to convince Putin to come on the dialogue table for a ceasefire for long-lasting peace. Remember, over the last 6 months, there has been a lot of speculation. Donald Trump, in fact, the US president, came on this plank that he will restore peace between Russia and Ukraine. It's been 3.5 years, but there's no sign of peace. There have been several rounds of negotiations that have taken place with Steve Witkoff also traveling all across to Moscow and Kyiv. But US foreign policy clearly not able to achieve that peace. And that's why both Ukraine and Russia are now looking towards Prime Minister Modi and India for that balancing factor, neutrality clearly playing a significant role here. And apart from the Ukraine crisis, this also comes at a time when US tariffs have been slapped against India, 50% tariffs already. And that too, India being a strategic ally of US doesn't really sound that great. And of course, at the same time, the kind of rhetoric that's coming in from the US side, very, fierce barbs at New Delhi, at Prime Minister Modi, attacks by attack dogs like Navarro, who are, bringing in Indian caste and Brahmins, etc. That clearly is to provoke Indians. That clearly is to provoke Indian government. But India has stood its stance. India is saying that if it will continue to trade with Russia, the trade will not end. And at the same time, Vedika, the defense cooperation will be taken to another level. The trade will continue. Russian oil will continue to come to New Delhi. And there's no stopping on that. India will continue to pursue its national interests.
Aditya, I'm going to keep you here for the next half an hour, 45 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Before I come back to you, I'm going to go to our guest this afternoon. Dr. Andreas Umland is with us. Dr. Umland, I want to understand from you, was the SCO meet as significant as these images that you're seeing at a time when US has doubled down on India with their tariff announcement? What you see on your screens are two leaders from two countries, two largest countries, of course, China also being the third, in that car, going on that ride, getting into the venue, promising that they will be strategic partners, promising close ties between them. Is the US watching closely?
Well, what first comes to my mind is the even more friendly meeting that Putin recently had with Donald Trump in Alaska. They were also driving in the presidential limousine, and there were lots of signs of friendship, and Trump has a close relationship with Putin from his first presidency, and they are talking all the time on telephone. So this juxtaposition here between the US and Russia doesn't make really sense for me, because in the last half year, the US has done a lot of pro-Russian moves. It has voted with Russia together in the United Nations. It has stopped military aid. It's still selling weapons to Ukraine, but it's not delivering military aid anymore. And it's taken often a pro-Russian position in this war. And so this is all a bit surprising to me. One also has to keep in mind that Ukraine is a former colony of Russia, and Russia's war is a neo-colonial and neo-imperial war against Ukraine. And against this background, this friendly relationship between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin looks a bit odd from my perspective, at least, or from a Ukrainian perspective, I'm sure as well.
But Dr. Umland, is there also not a dichotomy there? Like you mentioned, you had the US president meeting with Putin, but what has happened with India in terms of tariffs, wouldn't that just organically just push India closer in terms of at least, the symbolicness of it all towards Russia, especially at a SCO summit? It's not that the SCO summit was announced after the tariffs. We knew the SCO summit was coming up, but these images coming from there, even more powerful than it would be had US President Trump not announced the tariffs.
Well, the tariffs are global. And for instance, the European Union also is now suffering from tariffs, but that does not mean that the European Union is moving closer to Russia. On the contrary, there is now the conflict between Europe and Russia is increasing because of the war, because of child deportations, because of mass torture of prisoners of war, because of bombardments of apartment buildings, of hospitals, of universities, of schools in Ukraine. This sort of plus minus back and forth doesn't make sense to me. Yes, Trump has a very bizarre foreign economic policy.
Yes.
But why does that mean that one has to de facto support a neo-imperial, neo-colonial war with lots of signs of genocide against Ukraine? I mean,
but Dr. Amlet, let me just interrupt there, because Russia's been a traditional ally to India. It's been there when the US has not. When US let India down, Russia stood by it. And that is a tie between the two countries that has remained. I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now. Going back to Aditya. Aditya, I want to understand even the atmospherics around you right now. How is the international media looking at this? You have, of course, people from all across the world, journalists where you are. But what's been the buzz? What's been the conversation around this one meeting that we're seeing on our screens?
Well, when we landed here, Vedika, the entire mood was around the SCO summit. The mood was around what will SCO summit really achieve. There were streets that were empty because obviously people were not there. There are VIP movements that were taking place. But currently, you know, if you go through the Chinese newspapers today, the front page is the family photo of the SCO. But the anchor of that front page is about Prime Minister Modi meeting Xi Jinping. So the reset of the ties, or at least the beginning of the reset of the ties between India and China, is predominantly, big in the Chinese media, in the international media also. I've had conversations with American journalists and French journalists who are also keeping a very close watch on the Modi-Putin bilateral because of the Ukraine angle and the Trump tariff angle. So they will be monitoring that very closely as well. We are here at the SCO venue. This is the International Media Center. Just meters away from here is the hotel where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is meeting Russian President Vladimir Putin. Very important conversations on trade, on bilateral ties, and on the Ukraine crisis as well. You heard the Prime Minister there. That Prime Minister has said that this is not an era of war. Solutions cannot be found in the battlefield. And this is the time that there needs to be peace restored in Ukraine, and the end of the war needs to be achieved. So very important statements by the Prime Minister. Let's also remember that Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, is all set to visit India later this year as well for the annual meeting that really takes place. That is going to be a big diplomatic huddle in New Delhi. Apart from that, I'm pretty sure that the White House would be monitoring the developments very closely. And if not Trump on Truth Social, we would certainly hear Navarro speak about the Modi-Putin meeting, because this is not that they really have wanted all this while.
We're going to talk about Navarro at the top of 1 p.m. as well, Aditya. I'll pull you in then as well. But a huge diplomatic win for India as well. We'll come to that when it comes to the declaration. But another striking image, Aditya, from Tianjin, where you are, where you're witnessing all of this unravel, is the Chinese president, the Russian president, and the Indian Prime Minister in a huddle together. Like I said, it's not that the announcement of the SCO summit came after the announcement of the tariffs by Donald Trump. But if it's not the SCO summit per se, Aditya, that they will be looking at from the White House, these images should unsettle them to a certain extent.
You know, Trump's tariffs have really speeded up the entire process of diplomatic ties between India and China. We certainly need to thank Trump for that. But at the same time, the Troika, India, Russia, and China coming together, unprecedented. You know, there hasn't been a formal meeting, certainly, but who knows? In the coming days, in the weeks, this could be a reality, because this is a message from the platform of the SCO on the sidelines that we clearly see that at the very beginning of the SCO plenary, even before the family photo is taken, Modi, Xi Jinping, and Putin come together. They have a friendly banter. It's a message to Trump that these nations stand together. They are economic powerhouses. They are resilient powers. They have a great population, which clearly knows how democracy functions, knows how economy functions, and are all for free connectivity and for security cooperation. But American policy has shifted over the last few months. There have been drastic tariffs that have been imposed, especially on India, 50% tariffs and then penalty as well, and very racist and obnoxious comments coming in from the White House as well. But this image of Trump, of Modi Xi Jinping and, of course, Putin coming together is unprecedented. On the other hand, the SCO declaration spoke against terrorism. We also saw Shehbaz Sharif standing alone there, his hands tied, looking helplessly as to what to do diplomatically. But he doesn't have any friends out there. Even though he's in a friendly country, he calls China an iron brother. At the same time, Vedika, Shehbaz Sharif was isolated. At a time when he was standing alone, Putin and Modi, hand in hand, smiling, walked past, clearly indicating who really is calling the shots here at the SCO. So a big message here from the SCO to the Western Pass.
Stay with me, Dr. Amlan and Aditya. Another point, Aditya, which I will come to in a while, but I want to make right now, is also that huge show of strength by Xi Jinping in a day or two, where the Pakistani Prime Minister has also been invited. We'll talk about that in a moment from now, because, of course, while India and China are on the talking table, there are, of course, other diplomatic maneuvers happening with the Chinese President and the Pakistani Prime Minister. But the big takeaway also from this SCO summit is a huge diplomatic win for India at this summit, shortly after Prime Minister Narendra Modi stressed that the Shanghai Cooperation Organization member states must say in one voice the double standards on terrorism are unacceptable. The regional bloc mentioned that the Pahalgam terror attack and they condemned the terror attack, echoing India's stand in the summit declaration. Now, diplomatically, this, like I said, is a massive win for India, especially because Pakistan, which has long backed terror on Indian soil, is a member of the bloc, and its Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, like Aditya just mentioned, is attending this summit. Now, the member states strongly condemned the terrorist attack in Pahalgam, which left 26 innocents dead, and expressed their quote-unquote deepest sympathy and condolences to the families of the dead and wounded. The members further said perpetrators, organizers and sponsors of such attacks must be brought to justice. The member states also stressed that attempts to use terrorists, separatists and extremist groups for mercenary purposes is not acceptable. Let's listen in to the statements made by the Indian Prime Minister ahead of that declaration.
अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई। इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा। यह हमला केवल भारत की अंतरात्मा पर ही आघात नहीं था, यह मानवता में विश्वास रखने वाले हर देश, हर व्यक्ति को खुली चुनौती थी। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे। हमें मिलकर आतंकवाद का हर रंग में, हर रूप में विरोध करना हो। ये मानवता के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है।
All right, a quick recap before we go back to our guest and Aditya, who's on the ground. Why is this a big win for India? Because SCO members condemned the Pahalgam attack that saw civilians being brutally killed. Let's move to the next page of this. SCO reaffirms commitment against terrorism. This at a time when you had the Pakistani Prime Minister in that room on that table. Also, SCO member states have said use of terrorism by nations is unacceptable. That, of course, is also a controversial point, which I'll get to in a moment from now. SCO calls out double standards in fight against terror as well. Can we go to the next page of this as well? International community must combat terror. Big points coming out in terms of that declaration. Must fight cross-border terror movements as well is another part of that statement. Aditya and Dr. Amlan still with me. Aditya, I'm going to come to you first. This is a big diplomatic win for India, especially because Pakistan, which has long backed terror on Indian soil, is a member of the bloc and its Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is in attendance.
Well, honestly, Vedika, nobody had expected this to happen in such a fashion. Everybody knew that terrorism would be condemned as a matter of policy from the SCO. But to mention Pahalgam, to mention the attack that took place in April this year, where 26 innocent tourists were killed by Pakistani terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba and TRF, and everybody knows, it's a common knowledge that Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir and Pakistan Army were the conspirators of this terror attack. India has exposed and shamed them globally, and that led to Operation Sindoor as well, where China came to the aid of Pakistan with equipment, with latest technology, with intelligence. But even though that happened, China did not object to the mention of Pahalgam this time around. You would remember, Vedika, also that a couple of weeks ago, India's Defense Minister Rajnath Singh was in China, and at that particular time, there was no consensus. Pahalgam was not part of the main text of the declaration. But now, within 2 weeks, a game-changer statement, Indian diplomats prevailing over the final joint declaration here at the Tianjin final declaration, and terrorism is being condemned. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also very vociferously spoke against terrorism in presence of the Pakistani Prime Minister, saying that terrorism cannot be tolerated. Every country needs to stand together. So China also bringing in a paradigm shift in their policy. Earlier, they used to aid and abet Pakistan in a great way. This time around, at least on the position of terrorism, they have stood with India.
Dr. Amlan, coming to you now, how do you see this really, everything that's unraveling and playing out at Tianjin right now? On one hand, you have this declaration we're talking about condemning terror and cross-border terrorism. But like I referred to earlier, you also have Xi Jinping inviting the Pakistani Prime Minister to that huge show of strength that's going to happen in a few days from now.
I don't know about the Pakistani and Chinese relations, but from a Ukrainian point of view, this declaration against terror looks almost like a joke, because what Ukraine is experiencing every day is a large-scale terror against its civilian population with Russian drones, Russian cruise missiles, Russian rockets. As I mentioned already, civilian buildings, including hospitals, kindergartens, and so on being targeted. Recently, the EU delegation was targeted. The Azerbaijani embassy in Kiev was targeted. So terror is in Ukraine an everyday reality from Russia's side, and that Russia is now signing these sort of declarations really sounds like a big joke.
All right, do stay with me. Aditya, coming back to you from now. After this bilateral meeting, what are we expecting next? We do know that the Prime Minister will be departing for India soon. But in terms of optics, there have been enough really since the beginning of the day. Today, we've been busy reporting on all of it. A lot of symbolism, a lot of significance. Take us through it all.
Well, it is much delayed because the plenary meeting continued for a while. And then the bilateral between Putin and Modi also is continuing. It's expected that it will take place at least for an hour. We only have had only first 30 minutes of that particular meeting. So Prime Minister had to enplane for New Delhi at around 1:40 p.m. local time. We were already close to 2 hours delayed post that. So we'll have to wait and watch how things unfold. But what I can tell you is that post the Modi-Putin bilateral, we'll have a statement from the Russian side, which will be mostly a text statement. but we'll also have a statement from the Indian Foreign Secretary, Vikram Misri, who will be releasing a video. Instead of a press conference, because of the paucity of time, there might be a video that Vikram Misri might be releasing to give details both of the plenary session that happened, Prime Minister's robust comments, not just against terrorism, but also strengthening the SCO, which he defined as security, connectivity, and opportunity. And that's what the SCO needs to work on. That was India's mantra at the SCO. So we are waiting for the bilateral to end to know more details on the Ukraine crisis, talks between Modi and Putin on Ukraine, and of course on Donald Trump's theatrics and threats against India in the recent days.
And Aditya, this comes at a time when just yesterday Zelensky had a talk, or I might get the timeline wrong, but they had a talk also, Indian Prime Minister and Zelensky, over Russia, over Ukraine, and then you have this bilateral meeting. So of course, we have Ukraine also watching this bilat very closely. It comes at a time when Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in no uncertain terms, has said, we'll do all that we can for peace in that region.
I think India is the only country since the last 3.5 years, Vedika, which has maintained that this is not an era of war and solutions cannot be found in the battlefield. That's been the mantra even of the G20 that happened in 2023 as Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi, where a historic consensus was achieved on Russia-Ukraine. But a lot of water has flown down the river since. There's been a lot of violence. There's been a lot of aggression. So we'll have to wait and watch when and how that peace agreement and settlement really is. But India has maintained steadfast and good relations both with Russia and Ukraine. We have historical ties with Russia. Putin and Modi have a kind of a bonhomie. And now Zelensky also reaching out to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So we'll have to wait and watch what kind of a message will Prime Minister Modi give to Putin. In the initial remarks, he did say that he expects peace in Ukraine. He expects the war to be over. But there is much more technicality that is involved here as well. This also exposes in many ways, Vedika, the failure of the Trump administration's policy on bringing peace in Ukraine. They had the Alaska summit in the last 6 months. There have been a lot of commitments made on the peace, but not much has been achieved so far. There could be a possibility of Zelensky and Putin meeting, or perhaps Trump, Zelensky and Putin meeting. As of now, the Russian side is rejecting all those speculations. So clearly a lot yet to happen. But incredible that Zelensky has reached out to Modi with an SOS call to convince Putin to come on the dialogue table for peace. And now Putin has also expressed that Modi has played an incredible role. He has been keeping Modi abreast with the latest on the peace process. And we perhaps could see a situation where there could be a paradigm shift in this war situation, and we would be walking towards a path of peace. We are waiting for that bilateral to end, and perhaps after that we'll get the latest and, of course, the Foreign Secretary's version of the way things unfolded all day today.
Let's now talk about the three leaders in that one frame, Russia, China and India, the world's three largest countries and their leaders in that one frame together at the SCO meet. We're going to put out visuals of that in a moment from now of the Troika. And this comes at a time when India has shown that even though there are US tariffs that are doubling down on them, they will continue to be in those huddles. Well, of course, there are a lot of issues geopolitically among the three countries. There's proximity between Russia and China that also puts a question on what role India plays at the SCO meet when it comes to Russia and China. But those visuals also a headline everywhere today, a visual and a video that everyone, especially the US, will be watching closely. Aditya, coming back to you, we cannot deny the fact, when you even look at these visuals really, that China is close to Pakistan as well. It has so much of funding in Pakistan. That's one factor that we cannot look away from, even when you look at these visuals of, what we are just kind of quoting as the erstwhile RIC.
Well, that's right. Those visuals have really created international headlines. At the very beginning of the SCO summit, even before the plenary, even before the family photo was taken, just when the leaders went inside, all leaders were huddled across. Three leaders stood out, Putin, Modi, and of course Xi Jinping. All three huddled together, having a friendly banter, talking to each other, smiling faces. And then thereafter, after the family photo, translators and interpreters also came in. So 6 people standing there, 3 global leaders, a powerful image, a strong message to White House and the Western nation that you cannot bully us. You cannot tell us how democracy functions. You cannot tell us how the way the new international order will be. We will be the ones to create that order, and we know how to stand for our own people and create our own independent national foreign policy. So clearly, a very interesting images, a lot of vibrance in that image also. Also the image of Modi and Putin embracing each other. Speaking about the long-lasting friendship, really very, very interesting imagery coming in from the SCO Vedika. And in that bilateral also, Putin was smiling when Modi said that we are waiting for you. The entire population of India is waiting for you to come to the country very soon for that bilateral meeting. So yes,
all right.
Of course, it is a very interesting newsy day here in China, and perhaps more headlines awaited in the next couple of hours.
Aditya, do stay with me. Dr. Amlan's been waiting very patiently. Dr. Amlan, before I let you go, the key takeaways really that you would, summarize this into in terms of the bilateral meeting between Russian leader and the Indian Prime Minister, and the key takeaways from the SCO from your perspective.
Frankly, I find it sad because what is happening currently with Russia is that Russia is trying to destroy the post-1945 order by destroying a full member of the United Nations, an official non-nuclear weapon state. It's conducting genocide in Ukraine, and it's conducting a neo-imperial, neo-colonial war. And for some reason, that is all unimportant for India. And Ukrainians are nowadays as unhappy about the White House and about Trump as Indians are, because the US is behaving very bizarrely vis-a-vis Russia. And from a Ukrainian point of view, I live in Kiev. This all looks strange, to be frank.
Right, thank you for joining us, Dr. Amlan. I'm now going to take our viewers through some of the most defining images from the SCO summit today. These are the images really that have gone viral on social media as well. Of course, the fifth one here being Tiger and Bear in the Beast. This is, of course, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Russian President together just ahead of the bilateral meeting between the two. That image going viral on social media, of course, at this point. Modi, Putin, Xi in a huddle, strategic regrouping. You can see the three leaders from the three largest countries in the world there sharing a light moment, talking together. That huddle really with Narendra Modi having a little laugh there with them going viral as well, because this is the RIC that everyone was talking about, erstwhile RIC, and the question really is, with the tariffs that have doubled down on India, are we going to see some kind of realignment between those countries? And that hug between Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Russian President Vladimir Putin, light moments being shared there, captured on camera between the two leaders. That's another defining image where you see the Russian President and the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi walking and talking at the venue of the summit. But there you have Shehbaz Sharif, who is standing by the side, and no, of course, interaction happening with him in that moment. And that handshake again between Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Russian President, once again showing and signaling the deep ties between the two countries, and that message going out to the US that those ties will remain and will remain strong despite all the rhetoric that is coming India's way from the White House. All right, we're slipping to a short break. When we come back, we're going to move a bit away from the SCO to Bihar, where that huge opposition rally is expected to take off. Ankit Tyagi will bring us the latest massive show of strength there on your screen.
markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer of this unit, sir.
Good afternoon. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Same
Hello,
this side, sir.
So this is the firing range.
Yes, sir. This is our firing range, sir.
You handle weapons, right? I've handled weapons. क्या हम लोग एक तो shooting में भी get to handle weapons.
Yes.
They are not real guns, but they are very similar. So the functioning of it is very similar.
आपने ट्रेनिंग वगैरह?
मैंने ट्रेनिंग भी ली है और I own a weapon also, licensed weapon. So I've shot in firing ranges in Mumbai and all. I'm a member also there. Wow. मैम हम ये क्या गन देख रहे हैं?
ये इंसास राइफल है, सर.
So this is Indian made?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And we'll be firing from, sir, AK-203.
Okay.
That is Indian made,
That
sir.
is also Indian.
Yes, sir.
Can I look at the bullets?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. This is the bullet of insas, sir. The bullet will be different for the AK-203, sir.
So I can fire this?
Yes, sir.
But somebody needs to guide me.
जो लिम्बर आपके आदेश पर आप लाइन पोजीशन लेंगे.
अच्छा.
और इसके बाद इसको यहाँ पर आप
सपोर्ट लेंगे.
करेक्ट. लिम्बर आप में आप लाइन पोजीशन और बाट और खंडे का मिलाप रखते हुए और आप फोर हैंड ग्रिप पर पकड़ते हुए सीज का अलाइनमेंट करें. बर की आदेश पर आप मैगजीन वेट की अंदर पर घुसाना है.
ओके. आगे सर. हाँ चलिए.
फायर लाइन ऑफ. हाँ लिम्बर ऑफ. फायर भर. चलो सामने टारगेट. अपना टाइम पर 5 राउंड फायर.
If it matters to you, it matters to India. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use. Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
So we'll go in a bulletproof vehicle, which is a make in India bulletproof vehicle. अच्छा ये हिंदुस्तान में बनी. जी. आइए तो आपको लेके चलते हैं.
आइए चलिए.
तो ये महिंद्रा की गाड़ी है.
जी सर.
और बुलेट प्रूफ है पूरी तरह से. कितने mm की बुलेट रोकती है?
ये 7.62 mm की.
7.62 तक रोक देती है.
जी.
और
Welcome back. Rahul Gandhi's Voters Adhikar Yatra is culminating in Patna today. The Yatra is culminating in the state of Bihar after 3 weeks of protest march. This Yatra started by the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi over the Election Commission survey in Bihar, which according to the opposition was a ploy to steal votes and remove valid voters in Bihar. Joining me live From Patna is Ankit Tyagi. Ankit, this has been a very, very busy morning. We've been covering the SCO, but there has been so much movement happening in Bihar as well with the culmination of this yatra. It seems to be hot there. I can see you all set to take over this section and tell us more about the implications of this yatra, what you're seeing around you, and what this means ahead of the big state election. Over to you.
You know, Vasudha, yes, it has been a very hot and humid day, to say the least. But like you were saying, the action, of course, at the SCO summit in China, but the domestic political action could not have heated up more with what is happening behind me. Rahul Gandhi just left a short while back in an open jeep along with Tejasvi Yadav. This yatra which started from the Gandhi Maidan, the iconic Gandhi Maidan here in Patna. The culmination of the yatra is taking place at this moment. It's about a 4-kilometer, road show that Rahul Gandhi, along with all the senior leaders of the Congress and the India Gathbandhan, at this moment are conducted on the streets of Patna. It took 17 days, 1,300 kilometers, 25 districts for this yatra to come to Patna. And I asked this question to some Congress leaders: why not a big rally in Gandhi Maidan? And their answer was that, rally at a static place does not create the same impact that Rahul Gandhi being on the streets does. That's what they're aiming for with this culmination yatra. I was thinking about what the Congress party has achieved out of this yatra and the Mahagathbandhan, among the obvious ones. But one thing that I see different from the 2020 election that I covered in the state of Bihar and then the 2024 Lok Sabha election as well, you won't see a big cutout of Rahul Gandhi, a bigger cutout of Rahul Gandhi, even bigger than Tejasvi Yadav in Patna or anywhere in Bihar. What this Vote Adhikar Yatra has done, it has brought the spotlight and focus on Rahul Gandhi. So it does two things in terms of optics and messaging. One, of course, it's trying to galvanize the voters, the cadre of the Mahagathbandhan. And Rahul Gandhi, apart from sending a message to the BJP, saying that they are already on the ground, have hit the ground running as far as this yatra and election campaign in Bihar is concerned, he's also sending a not so subtle message to Lalu Prasad Yadav and Tejasvi Yadav, showing the relevance of the Congress party. And then, of course, it will help him when the negotiation of seats starts as far as the Mahagathbandhan is concerned. The Congress this time, though, is aiming on a smaller number of seats in comparison to last time, but they want important winnable seats. And that's what Rahul Gandhi's yatra would also be sending across as a message as far as their own alliance partner is concerned. When it comes to the BJP or the NDA, the ruling alliance here, despite them coming out and saying that it doesn't matter, but the kind of crowds that this yatra has drawn throughout in the last 17 days will, in fact, force them to tweak their strategies a bit as well. But the challenge for the Congress party is whether they can, convert this galvanization of their cadre into actual votes when it comes to the election day. All those things will be very, very interesting to see. The India Alliance partners are also here, so somewhere on the issue of voter irregularities, SIR and so on and so forth, the opposition is trying to show that they are united even beyond the parliament. And that is what another message this yatra sends across. But I would conclude by saying that while Rahul Gandhi with this yatra seems to be doing the heavy lifting, we will have to wait and see what follows, because at this moment it's just the opposition alliance in the ring at this moment. It's not the no big initiative of the ruling alliance have started yet. So while it may look massive statement, but the real test of this yatra will begin once the opposition also comes into frame, and then they start counter mobilization of people and their cadre Vedika.
Also very quickly, Ankit, we do know that the bilateral meeting between the Prime Minister and the Russian President has ended. Before I go back to that story, What's the sentiment on the ground right now as we speak? Because I want to understand, is this yatra making any impact of sorts ahead of the elections? You've been speaking to people on the ground. What is the sentiment there?
I think whether it makes a difference in the election, we will have to wait and see, because it is still about a couple of months before the real game, at least 1 month before the real campaign starts. But I'll ask Momin, he will give you a sense. Take a look at the show of strength, because CPIM has a very strong cadre. There are dhol nagadas, and this is at least sending energy, sending an enthusiastic effort as far as the cadre of the Mahagathbandhan is concerned. Whether it's the Congress party or the RJD or the left parties and the VIP, their cadres feel that their leaders are with them on the ground. And that makes a big difference. Apart from that, for the Congress party in Bihar, there are many seats that they have not won in more than 4 decades. The cadre of the Congress party, again feels that there is something that they can talk about. This vote adhikar yatra, the way exclusions are happening, something that they can go and talk about. So for the first time, you are seeing that the whole electoral process, they are trying to make that a voting issue rather than the bijli, sadak, pani and all the other issues that you usually see in any election.
Ankit, also the Election Commission coming into focus. While you have this yatra in Patna, you also have the standoff with the Election Commission. I'll keep coming back to you for more, Ankit, because I believe that, like I mentioned earlier, the bilateral meeting between Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Russian President Vladimir Putin has ended. This meeting lasted for over an hour. Remember, Prime Minister Modi had said at the opening statement ahead of the bilateral meeting that we have been in touch regularly with the Russian president, and it is a special, privileged strategic partnership between the two countries. We have faced difficult challenges together, and Prime Minister Modi even brought up Ukraine with Vladimir Putin. Prime Minister had said we welcome peace efforts. We hope both sides will move forward. Aditya Rajkol back with us from Tianjin. Aditya, the details from the bilateral meet.
So we can confirm here on NDTV first that the bilateral meeting between Putin and Modi has ended. It continued for more than 45 minutes. That's what we are being told. We are also expecting India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri to give out a statement both on the bilateral meeting between Putin and Modi, and of course also on what happened during the plenary, where Prime Minister very forcefully told the entire SCO grouping about terrorism, about condemnation of terrorism, and how security, connectivity, and opportunity needs to be the highlight of the SCO, and all countries need to come together. But the Modi-Putin meeting, the highlight of the SCO summit, is over now. In that hotel, Prime Minister Modi about to leave that hotel for the airport where he will enplane for India in the India One aircraft of the Prime Minister. So yes, the last engagement of the day for the Prime Minister, the Modi-Putin meeting is over. That's what we can officially confirm right now to the viewers. There will be details that will be laid out. 2 major aspects, Vedika, that were discussed in this bilateral meeting. One is the Ukraine crisis, Zelensky's phone call to Modi, and Modi's chat with Putin now on the Ukraine crisis to restore peace. Second, of course, the Trump tariffs and how India and Russia will now enhance their trade, will completely go to the defense cooperation to another level. And of course, there is continuity in the diplomatic ties between Moscow and New Delhi. So more highlights of this in a few minutes from now. But the Modi-Putin bilateral has ended. The last engagement of the Prime Minister in his 2-nation-leg tour has concluded now. In a few minutes, Prime Minister will be departing for New Delhi.
Aditya, now that this is the last engagement and the Indian Prime Minister will be leaving shortly for his country, let's just sum up for our viewers the big takeaways from the entire SCO summit.
Well, absolutely. You know, the SCO was initially the headline event of Tianjin here in China. But of course, the highlight has shifted towards India-China bonhomie, the resetting of the ties, and of course, the big Modi-Putin handshake. But the clearest victory in the headline department goes to that visual of the 3 top leaders of 3 biggest nations in the world, China, Russia, and India. Xi Jinping, Putin, and Modi coming together in a huddle, in a friendly banter, smiling, talking away, and then the interpreters also joining in. These are images not just merely photo ops. But these are narrative-setting images. These are messages, and this is a strong message, perhaps, to Donald Trump, White House, and the Western countries that you cannot be hegemonistic. You cannot be, giving us lectures on democracy, and you certainly cannot bully us anymore. We are resilient democracies. We are resilient economies, and we know how to chart out our own roadmap for growth, for prosperity of our people. Our national positions are our top priority. And if America can do it, if EU can do it, so can India, China, and Russia. And that's what will pave the way forward for the entire international community towards peace, prosperity, and of course, coming together when economic cooperation is concerned as well. So at the SCO, a big resounding word against the terrorism in the joint declaration. A few minutes ago, we heard the mention of the Pahalgam terror attack as well. A big victory, Vedika, for Indian diplomacy, because last time Pahalgam was not mentioned, it was missing. This time Pahalgam was mentioned. Prime Minister also making a forceful remark against terrorism and for unified cooperation among the SCO members. Embarrassment for Pakistan, but that's okay. They're clearly used to it.
But of course, India will have to be cautious when it comes to the China-Pakistan proximity. We'll talk about that more with Aditya in a couple of moments from now. Slip into a short break. SCO Summit, the big takeaways, the significance, the symbolism, all of that coming up next on Breaking Ground with Vedika.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Before we began this episode, Vishnu was walking around this gun right now and having a really good time. Vishnu, the weapons. Let's talk about the weapons right now.
No, I think the weapons are absolutely incredible. And Commodore, why don't you come in on this? This is an upgraded gun mount. Eventually, all of the ships of this class will have this upgraded gun mount. She carries BrahMos missiles, MR SAMs as well. How does this represent one of the most formidable capabilities for ships of this class, not just in the region, but anywhere in the world?
So Vishnu, I would like to highlight one very important aspect in this class of ships, and that is the indigenous fire punch that we pack with us. Yeah. So weapons, sensors are very complex systems, and very few countries across the world have this capability to have very potent and very credible weapon and sensor package. So what the P-17 Alpha class of ship gets to the table is the fact that the larger majority of our weapons are indigenous. They are built, designed and operated and maintained thereafter throughout their life cycle by the companies and the wherewithal of India. And that's a really proud moment for us to have this opportunity and this capability with us that today we showcase. So if we take this, the Super Rapid gun mount, which is there in front of us, an amazingly formidable weapon capable of deploying ammunition across multi-domains for multi-role, multi-tasks. So the SRGM is one of the best weapons in the world, and we proudly host this on board our class of ship. Addition to this is also the BrahMos, which you spoke of. It's proven its mettle, its battle worthiness, and we feel amazingly proud to be today here having this capability with us. Again, an indigenous capability. What you see thereafter is also the integrated rocket launcher. So whilst we are very formidable in the above water warfare, the underwater warfare itself is also a very challenging domain that we face today. And in that also, if you see the package that we have with us, the integrated rocket launchers, 2 of them, they are again indigenous in nature and give us great capability. When I speak of the sensors also, the sonar, it's a Hamsa Mark III sonar that we are operating.
Indian sonar.
It's an Indian sonar. So that gives us the immense pride of hosting the entire capability which we are hosting is of indigenous nature. This AK-630 gun that we have, which has got huge firepower, is again something which is indigenous, made in Indian product, very reliable and battle hardened. So I would say over and all, the key takeaway of this platform would be that how we have grown as a Navy of
Welcome back to Breaking Ground. While the SCO summit, of course, is our top focus today, I want to start with the new rant against India for its purchase of Russian oil by none other than the trade advisor to the White House, Peter Navarro, who has hit a self-goal, and I'll tell you in a while from now how. Listen in.
Understand why he's getting to bed with Putin and Xi Jinping when he's the biggest democracy in the world. So I would just simply say to the Indian people, please understand what's going on here. You got Brahmins profiteering at the expense of the Indian people. We need that to stop.
Navarro has called India a laundromat for Kremlin. He's called India the Maharaja of tariffs. He's even claimed that this is Modi's war. And now Navarro says Brahmins profiteer at the expense of Indians. Let's be clear. For decades, America has been insulated, too self-focused, too wrapped up in its own interest to see the world as it really is. That ignorance now reeks of arrogance. Your attacks aren't analysis, they're distractions from the SCO summit and from the image of India sitting across the table with Vladimir Putin and other leaders from the global south. Because here's the truth, Mr. Navarro, India engages with Russia, with the West, with the global south, and that's what you call diplomacy, that's what you call leverage, that's called balance. Now, while India builds bridges, you throw insults. While India talks solutions, Washington stumbles into tariff wars. Your own media has, by the way, called it strategic blunder.